Good morning.
Good morning. I can't believe I'm seeing you and Sandra. How
Yay.
you doing?
You're doing great.
Shabbat shalom.
Hello.
There's my buddy Joe and Roz, and I'm happy to see you all. We had so much fun with Oz and Talitha.
Oh,
We only got to see him for 3 hours, but
I know. And we had 3 days and it was not long enough. We just, wow. I told him, I said, you all can leave for a little while, but leave the kids.
Yeah. They're the sweetest little kids.
aren't they so polite and
Yeah.
intelligent and educated? And
Yes.
yeah,
Funny too sometimes.
they're a credit to homeschooling. Roz, we're talking about Oz and Talitha. They
Oh
did.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
I knew that they had gone to visit. Well, they were with Mark last week, and I knew that they were going to visit at least June. I didn't wasn't sure if they were going to visit you or not. But actually, I was in Kentucky and I was in Tennessee. I left from Metairie, went all the way up to Rochester from Tuesday to Wednesday night, and then started driving back on Thursday night, and then got back 8:30 this morning. And I'm pretty exhausted, but it was actually a good drive. I went up there to pick up my stuff that was mailed back to me from Heerenveen, and which it wasn't there. 2 boxes that weren't what I was expecting to come back were there, and the other boxes that had my dresses and stuff weren't there, so they weren't shipped out. But instead of the dresses, Yahuwah had his girlfriend who had seen the name of Yahuwah and was wondering about it. She was raised Catholic, and so my journey was to meet her. It wasn't to get my stuff, it was to meet her. So that was way more special.
This was your girlfriend?
No, this was a woman that I never met before.
Oh.
So she's a newcomer to Yahuwah. And she was accepting of the name. She had seen it, so that was the journey, what it was for. And it was beautiful.
That is beautiful.
Yeah. And then that was the guy, I had known him a year. And I just started an anti-inflammatory. Let's see. And that was who I was making the hat for last week. And so I brought it to him. Let me show you. And they're going to come on. They're going to come on here at some point. They're actually at a homeless rally in Syracuse today because they're fixing to do, not them, but the state of New York, and then is, I think, getting more or less like what, like Florida did, where it is against the law to be homeless. But Yahusha was homeless, and we know that is something that he does not want to happen to the homeless, because there's a lot of them out there that need to be brought back into the fold. They've just been in stagnation. And so I'm seeing more and more that's what my journey is. I don't see the pictures. I don't know what I did.
That was a very a nice praise report.
Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah, it was an awesome week. It really was. But I can't find those pictures. I'll show them next week.
Sandra, you look so beautiful and cheery. Look like you got some of that Shekinah cloud around you there.
See that? It always seems to be there, doesn't it? Yes.
Ooh, I hope so. All esteem to Yahusha. You all look beautiful too.
Oh, thank
But your
In his
face,
light.
Sandra, just really glows.
you.
Big orange.
Yeah. Beautiful color.
Maybe it's a grease I put on my face.
No, not greasy. Beautiful.
It's
Bless your heart. Bless your heart. You
I
always glow to me.
I use tallow, just beef tallow. So if you see greasy, you got greasy.
Ooh. I couldn't do that. Sorry. I don't put anything on my face.
I
I
mix
don't
it
wash my face
Yeah, I
with
mix
anything but water.
But yeah, I wash with water, and then if I need the oil, I do the beef tallow with cloves mixed in it. It's like clove oil. So
She sizzles.
Don't put her out in the hot sun.
No way.
I love your glow. I love your glow, both of you, all of you.
Oh yes, yes,
Yes. Thank you, Husha, for allowing me to be in your company.
yes.
Sister Sarah may get off work at 3, so there's possibility she could join us later.
Oh, that'd be great.
I
Miss her.
know. I'm going to send her a text and tell her we all want her to join it when she
Yeah,
can.
we miss her.
Okay.
She's beautiful.
She has begun attempting to translate the BYNV into Spanish, and she's going to start with John, the message to the Natsarim, because she's anxious to get the message to her people that speak Spanish.
Oh, wow.
And so she the message to the Natsarim, the message to the Spanish Natsarim it's being done. Pray for it. Oh, hey there, Brother Oz. We were just talking to you. Good thing we quit talking. we can't hear you, hon. Yeah, I hear you.
I can't hear him.
Shabbat Shalom. You can't hear it?
I can't hear Oz. No. There we
you go.
are.
Okay.
Oh.
Hi.
Oh.
I
Hello.
love you.
We miss you guys. I love you.
We missed you the 2 hours after you left or less.
Oh,
We were like, they just need to come back and spend another week with us.
Yeah.
we had such a good time seeing you all.
I
Oh,
miss my card playing buddies.
It was
You
so
all-
sweet.
The Oz, I need to tell you something. I was going to text you, but I want to tell you that your 2 children that I play cards with, they are the most polite, the most well-spoken and educated and kind children that age I have ever met in my life. And I mean that from my heart. You're
Well,
wonderful.
I'm blessed.
Yes, you are. You certainly are. Yahuwah has really blessed you. And
Thank you. That means a lot.
I love you, Ishel and Venus.
You can't help it. I mean, you just can't help but love them.
No, they're really good children. They're
Little
very
man too. I don't see him on there, but we miss him too.
he's right here. He's eating a spoon of honey.
Yeah.
He's
He's too.
doing what?
He's eating a spoon of honey.
He doesn't need any more sweetness because he's sweet as they come.
Yeah. Yeah, no, we got here last night at like 11 after driving and driving and driving. Yeah.
So you're home now.
Pardon?
Have you made it home?
Yeah, we're finally home.
Praise Yahusha. Hallelujah. I'm so glad.
Yeah, we're finally home.
And
Yeah,
safe.
we stopped in Toronto to see Talitha's mom and her brother. We just had dinner with them, and then we're like 2.5 hours from Toronto.
Okay.
Yeah, we arrived late at night. And we're like, you saw the car, right? So it was like, okay, we're not doing anything. It's Shabbat already. So
Yes.
yeah, we haven't unloaded anything. We just, put a little bit of things in.
That's okay. It'll be there when Shabbat's over.
Yeah. Yeah, but we were so impressed with Tennessee. We I think we spoke like 2 hours about Tennessee the whole ride after that. It's like, it was just so beautiful. It's like it's a very nice place. Wow,
It is.
beautiful.
Yeah. It was the bear. It was the bear. It made
Oh, the
it.
bear definitely made it like it definitely had an extra touch to the trip.
Yes.
Yeah. No, it was wonderful. Thank you so much, and
Uh,
thank you, Phyllis and Lou, as well for all the change of plans. But we got to see you, and it was so wonderful.
That
Yeah.
was so kind of you to make that extra drive. And I know how miserable you can be driving. Thank you.
Oh no, it was totally fine. It was totally worth it. To just like the Natsarim tour was like so much fun. Honestly,
I know it.
Ross has been driving a lot too.
Yeah. I think we need to do the Natsarim touring. I think we need to start that.
it's so wonderful. Like I'm
Mhm.
so like blessed to have met so many of you, like actually in person. Next time I'll drive through Colorado, Sandra, and we'll make a stop over.
Yes.
I don't know where you are, Raz. Where are you?
I'm actually right outside of New Orleans.
Okay.
I get this
Outside of where?
situated outside of New Orleans.
New Orleans. Oh,
I'm in Metairie.
Oh, we just left New Orleans
New
several
Orleans.
weeks ago.
Yeah.
Is that like?
A
I don't know
very
where New
dark
Orleans
place. It's very dark.
Louisiana.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
north.
No, it's a
Oh.
very dark.
South. It's in Louisiana.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
it's spiritually very dark. I'm finding when I drove in today, and actually as I was going up, I could feel darkness in the different places, and but Louisiana beat everything.
Oh yeah, you were telling me about it. No, you guys went there, and you were like, I think we stepped in the wrong place.
That was it.
That's the place
We
talking
shared the same thing with them when we visited there. We felt the darkness.
It's
was,
very dark.
yes, it is.
Yeah,
Yes.
I knew it when I was coming back. I knew it when I left here in 2019. And then coming back. But this, when I came back after going through all the states and then coming back, it was like it hit me like a ton of bricks as I came in. And it was like I had a different feeling totally with it. And then in New Orleans East, where there's it's a really big swamp that they're trying to turn back into a swamp. And they have all of these dead trees there. That's quite a spiritual message to me, since people are trees.
I think we
And so
Just opened up.
it's I can do what I can here. Not many are open to listening, but I just have to plant the seeds, and then Yahuwah will do the rest. That's all I have to do is be the vessel.
Right.
But it's good to be back with my family. I grew up here, but you don't know the darkness that you're in till you leave and come back into a place, with it. So, but it was a nice, and I felt darkness in Tennessee, and I felt darkness up in Kentucky as well. And New York did not feel like home. And I had been there over a year in Rochester, and that did not feel like home when I went in there. I knew I wouldn't be going back there. So I don't know exactly where the Father's going to put me, because I know this is not permanent here. Although my family wants me to stay, I just don't know where the Father's going to put me. So, but whatever it is, I'll be doing just like what I did with my friends up there. And then when I meet people, bringing them to Yahuwah. But did you get a chance to share the name with people on your way up?
Well, only with the Natsarim.
Uh-huh.
I learned a lot from Mark
Yeah.
and from June and Joe, and then from Phyllis and Lou. We had a really good time at Mark's as well.
Uh-huh.
There's two wonderful great grandchildren as well, and my children are really good friends with them.
That's good.
Yeah.
Sometimes just refreshing our souls is
it's so
as
refreshing,
important as spreading
honestly.
the word.
Yeah.
No, and Mark's ranch is also beautiful, and he has the horses, and Pam is wonderful host too. So it's like, we have really good time. Like, and all of you who opened your doors for your homes, it's like it felt like family.
Yeah.
Like with the 3 places we visit, it's like, like received by family. Like we knew from a while. It just felt like that.
Yeah, that's the Ruach.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like we're strangers.
Yeah.
Block this real quick. This person wants to call me.
Yeah, no, it's wonderful. But we'll hope we can do it again.
Yeah, it'd be nice to meet everybody.
So, Roz, there's a gentleman in chat named Brandon Gardner. He says he's in Gretna.
Oh, okay.
So you got a neighbor believer over there.
Awesome. That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
I have my rental car till Tuesday, so maybe I can go over there. I was planning on going and visiting a girl that I had been in the shelter with, and maybe I can visit with him too. That would be nice. And there's somebody else here named Shannon, a guy, that, but he's been going through lots of stuff too. So he's homeless, and but anyway, it'll be nice. If you come on here, I'll give you my or give the information into the private chat here, Brandon, and then I'll get in touch with you. I'll call you and I'll give you my phone number. So, and Chance, I have a request for you from Rose. She wants a copy of the prayer in the Paleo Hebrew that you do. She would love it.
I have it. I sent it to Phyllis.
Okay.
She has it in her email.
Rose who? Roz.
Right. Rose, right?
I'll send it to her.
Okay.
If I remember, I'll make myself a note.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can teach it to all of us.
Would we like to hear it again? I got it right here.
Yes.
I'm most ignorant of all, so I got it really easy to read. I need everything in clarity or my mind will not get it. But if you'd like, I can do it.
It'd be awesome.
Okay. Abinu ba Shemaim Kadash Haya Shamka Yahuwah Malakutika Bua Razunka Haya Asha ba Aretz Kenba Shemaim Natan Lanu Zayum Hayum At Lachem U Salak Lanu Lahateinu Kamu Hanachnu Salak Atam Lahatetam Ah Lanu Naal Lanu Laal Masa U Yasha Lanu Mara Laka Aya Ha Malakut Ha Kaha U Ha Kabud Ulam Ba Hashem Al Kal Shamut Yahuwah Yahusha Aman Shalom Barak Yahuwah. I'll do it in our tongue. Our Father who is in heaven, separate is your name, Yahuwah. Your kingdom come, your will be done, as in the Shemaim, also on the earth. Give us this day our day-to-day covenant bread. Forgive us our wrongdoings, as we forgive those who have done wrong to us. Lead us not into trial, but deliver us from evil. For yours is the kingdom, the power, and the esteem, forever and ever. In the name above all names, Yahuwah Yahusha. Aman, Shalom.
Thank you.
Yep.
I want to make a praise report. When Chance was reading it in Hebrew, I felt Yahuwah's power coming on me, just powerful. When he said it again in English, it was there, but it wasn't the connection. I don't, that might have just been a personal thing, but I want to share that.
That's awesome.
Wow. You know what came of that prayer, all esteem to Yahuwah, is I was getting wore out with this English tongue. It's a jabbering lip, and it's just filled with so much awfulness, right? I said, Abba, Yahuwah, can I speak to you in pureness? Can I learn this? You know, can I speak to you with a pure tongue? Can I come to you with this? And it was it laid right in my lap. Just like when you, Phyllis, brought this book to me. I was led by Ruach to Spark and You channel praying because I had a KJV. And I was scratching out God and LORD and JC, and I'm just scratching it out, putting Yahuwah, and I just got so tired of it. I just got into prayer, and I said, Yahuwah, is there a book out here that has your name in it? Another prayer answered from Yahuwah. He brought me. I got on Spark and You is Yah, and I got on there within 10 minutes. Phyllis, you looked right at me and said, Chance, I have a gift for you. And I was like, oh, Phyllis, I thought it was some nice, kind words you were going to give me. And I'm like, okay. She's like, no, I need your address. I got something for you. I'm like, okay. I gave you my address. And she sends me this book as an answered prayer from Yahuwah, working between me, Phyllis, and Lou. All of us, the whole prayer was answered. And I have a book right here now from Yahuwah. An answered prayer, a book that came from a prayer that blows me away. I can't even comprehend that. That blows me away. It blows me away. I always talk to Yahuwah all the time. He makes me weep behind this. I'm just like, wow.
Just make sure you give all esteem to Yahuwah, because
Always
I
do.
had
Yeah.
nothing to do with it. Okay.
Hey, we were all moved by the Ruach, you know. But isn't that something? That just blows me away. That's something right there. That's just straight how powerful Yahuwah works with his Kadeshim. You know what I mean? And if we ask filled with belief, he does deliver. If we pray, we first pray, but we believe in the prayer of the help, and it's delivered to us. That's something right there. I love you all, y'all, brothers and sisters.
Thank you
Beloved.
for saying that, Chance. If we believe, we're receiving it. We will.
Absolutely.
But like in my thing, I figured that it was coming, the stuff, but the dress changed into the person rather than the dresses. The physical changed into a living, breathing female that was able to receive and understand. So it was that what to me was it was just awesome. Getting back to that part with Cheryl. So sometimes he'll change it. It won't be the thing that you thought he was going to give you or bring to you. It'll be something different, and it's even better.
Yeah, Ross, I agree with you there. When I make a petition for something, I know that it's according to his Razunka, his will, his Razum, and he works in ways I'm unable to comprehend. He is way above my comprehension. My limited human mind is not able to comprehend his greatness, his mightiness. But what I try to do is I be patient and I look around and I see, and I observe the pathways that are before me. But I'd like to say something to Barb. Barb, if you're out there, join the channel. It's StreamYard. If you're out there, I know I gave a gal named Barb a BYNV and invited her to this channel, but I know it could be a little intimidating. But we love you, Barb. Come on here. If you're out there and you hear this message, just click and come on, and we'd love to hear your witness and what you're going through.
Kevin and Cheryl at some point are going to come on the channel, and they're still going through getting used to saying the name, and but they're going to come and talk too. Okay, so this is the hat after it was finished. That's from the top of it, like on top of the head. The yellow is the Ruach HaKodesh. Then I was led to having the yellow and the colors. The red is the blood, the blue is the Father, the purple is the covenant, and then the other yellow is the all-consuming fire. And then that's it from beneath. So when it sits on the head, it's like the other ones that I have made will sit like a crown. This one is bigger because he's got locks. And so it fit around, and then it comes down his back a little. So, but I had made another one for him last year, and it sat like a crown on top of his head. So.
You know, Roz, let's say I ordered a bunch of linen or cotton. Would you be able to make a whole garment, shirt and pants and all, just one pure linen or cotton?
I could try.
I'm just saying hypothetically, if I were to send you enough, yeah.
The material, I don't have a sewing machine right now. Phyllis has got a sewing machine right now. But I mean, I've made, when I used to perform with Hawaiian dancing, I used to make all our costumes. So I know how to sew. It's just been a long time, and I don't have a sewing machine right now, but I would be glad to do it.
What about with yarning, like knitting?
With yarn? Yeah, I could do that. That hat probably took about 20 hours, maybe a little more. I'm not sure. But yeah, I could do that.
You remember in scripture where there was a couple women that were making costly garments, and they were using like pure cotton and linen.
Yeah, that's what that's what I use is cotton. And I saw linen one time before when I was over there in Heerenveen. I saw it, and some pure wool. But I haven't had any. I haven't worked with it yet, for it. But I like it because it's got a 5,000 energy, whereas cotton is only, if it's organic, is 130, and the regular cotton is like 75 to 80.
Is that based on vibration?
Yeah, energy vibration. So what you wear is protection. So right now, all I'm able to, this is cotton, and everything I have is cotton. And, I go by what's in scripture with it. But the highest rating is linen, which is a positive 5,000, and wool, which is a negative 5,000. But you put them together and it goes to 0. That's why
it cancels it out.
Yeah, it cancels it out. So, but yeah, I would do that for you.
That'd be awesome because I don't have it's not that it's not necessity, but to have a pure linen or like a garment, especially for like Kadash moments in prayer or something, I can slip it on and go give myself to Yahuwah in prayer, because it's a special moment. I'm sure we all can agree there, like when you're in your moment with Yahuwah, it's a special moment. And
would you?
People were commanded to set, Kadash themselves back in the days. So yeah, just something I was thinking about.
Okay, I'll be glad to do it for you. Let me show you another one of the hats like I've done. See if I can find it.
While she's looking, would anybody like to discuss Mark's program last night? Okay.
Shabbat shalom, everybody.
Hello, Mark.
Hello.
Welcome, Mark. Shalom.
Hey, Mark.
Hello. See, y'all made it home, huh?
Yes, thank you.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
All right, we're back in Zechariah today, chapter 11, I gather. Pretty sure we did chapter 10, right, last week? I think we did. So this chapter 11 perhaps is one of the most difficult passages, not only in the book of Zechariah, but maybe the entire scriptures. I mean, this one is really a challenge. And so we'll get a good look at it, talk about it. Hopefully we can come up with some type of understanding on this one. But it's definitely sandwiched between the 10th chapter here and then 12 through 14 going into the final battle. It's just a weird one, man. But anyway, let's go ahead and try to get through it, and hopefully we come out the other end understanding it a little bit better. And I know y'all probably know that Oz and Talitha took a tour of the Natsarim, and while they were here, I think that was the second time y'all been at our house, right? Yeah. And we all left and we went down to a lake, and we were walking around the lake and stuff like that, talking to some of the local yokels and everything. But anyway, Talitha said, "You know what, Mark?" She said, I think that Zechariah is so deep that we're just barely scratching the surface of it. And I agree with her. This book is mind blowing. I mean, I knew it was packed with spiritual stuff and everything, and was a very deep book, but I really didn't realize how deep this book really is until we started, reading it and studying it. So, yeah, with that in mind, give me a reader for 11. Who wants to read that? Go ahead, Grandma. Phyllis.
Thank you. Chapter 11. Open your doors, Lebanon, and let the fire devour your cedars. How, Cyprus? For the cedar has fallen, because the mighty are ravaged. How, oaks of Bashan? For the dense forest has come down. Listen, the howling of shepherds, for their splendor is ravaged. Listen, the roaring of lions, for the pride of the Yarden is ravaged. Thus said Yahuwah my Elohim, feed the flock for slaughter, whose owners slaughter them and feel no guilt. And their sellers say, blessed be Yahuwah, for I have become rich. And their own shepherds do not spare them. For I shall no longer spare the inhabitants of the land, declares Yahuwah. But see, I am delivering up mankind, each one into his neighbor's hand, and into the hand of his sovereign. And they shall crush the Arets, but I do not deliver from their hand. So I shepherded the flock meant for slaughter, the truly poor of the flock, and I took for myself 2 staffs, the one I called pleasantness, and the other I called unity, and I shepherded the flock. Then I sent off the 3 shepherds in 1 moon, for my being despised them, and their being also loathed me. So I said, I am not shepherding you. Let the dying die, and the straying stray, and let those who are left eat each other's flesh.
Okay, hang on. All right, can anybody make sense of that so far? What's going on here? There seems to be that Zechariah is one shepherd, and then there seems to be 3 other shepherds. Yeah. Then I sent off 3 shepherds in 1 moon, 3 bad shepherds. So what do y'all think's going on here? What would this be talking about? One good shepherd and three bad shepherds. Go ahead, Ross.
Well, immediately it's the false ones that are in the churches, the Circes. And they're not teaching the right way. They're leading everybody to tithe with money so that they get rich. And they don't really, it's not about the people that are out there and what they're being fed. It's just about what can make them money.
Yeah, it does seem that Zechariah is talking in the first person here. And it seems that Yahuwah has ordered him to take up the role of the good shepherd. Okay. And these other three shepherds seem to be in competition with him, but they're, instead of taking care of the flock like he is supposed to do, they seem to be selling, abusing the flock, selling it and becoming rich off the flock. And so, yeah, I agree with that, Roz. That's getting there. That's getting us there. Anybody else can take that deeper? Think about it just for a minute.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, down in verse 9, there's quotes again. Who's speaking?
So I said, that's
Zechariah. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's kind of talking in first person here. Go ahead, Roz.
Well, about that part where it says about feeding the flock for slaughter.
Yeah.
They're priming and, preparing everybody out there that's coming to the Circes, the churches, for being lost to the anti, because they're not really going into the truth. They're going in, they're giving them like feel good stuff, but not giving them stuff that will correct them and get them to change their ways and come to the Father in truth. So they're being like they're the fatted calf, or in their term, the fatted pig. So.
Go ahead, Phyllis.
Going along with what Roz says, if we took it a little bit further, apparently Zechariah saw the behavior of these three shepherds, and it wasn't for the safety of the herd. And he also saw what Yahuwah just told him, that they're going down to their slaughter. So he says, I'm shepherding them, but I had to send away these three who didn't care about the herd at all. And though they were like what Yahushua said, the bad shepherds, they're going to be punished the most. I don't know. I was just trying to flesh out what Ross said.
Yeah. I mean, there seems to be that Yahuwah is not going to intervene here and deliver the sheep. Okay, he's not going to help them. Okay, so in other words, there seems to be a group of people that's under judgment, and they're destined not for, I'm going to say predestined, not for deliverance, but for destruction. And with they have no spiritual leader that's looking out for them other than the ones that are taking advantage of them and fleecing the flock. using it for their personal gain type thing. So it seems like this group of people that are predestined or predetermined for destruction are following false shepherds, these three false shepherds, which could be what? Religious leaders of sorts, right? Pharisees, maybe scribes, maybe other ones. Ross?
Chaplains at a homeless shelter. I saw it firsthand, you know, with the way that they did it. They had a chaplain there that had been there he had come through the mission, and then he, you know, made it big after having been on drugs and everything, and now he rents out homes to the homeless, and has like 6 or 8 people in a household at $500 a head. That's a lot of money. And talks about how God has brought him into it, you know, and always is bringing that up in front of these homeless people that can't even afford to pay $10 to come into the mission at night. So I saw it firsthand that they are making money off of these people left and right and use it for their personal gain. And so part of it on here, it's saying about, let's see, it's about let the dead bury the dead. That's part of it in here, and I can't see it right now. My eyes are kind of blurry today. That's part of it, of what she had read in here. Oh, so I said, I am not shepherding you. Let the dying die and the straying stray, and let those who are left eat each other's flesh. So that's like rats in a maze.
Yeah, like I say, it seems like it brings Romans chapter 9 to mind for me. And we'll go over that here in a second, but go ahead, Chance.
Over here in verse 4, thus said Yahuwah, my Elohim, feed the flock for slaughter, whose owners slaughter them and feel no guilt, and their sellers say, blessed be Yahuwah, for I have become rich. What's kind of screaming out to me is, you know, like the false teachers paving the way to destruction, leading so many astray, and then they're trying to take a tenth from them and becoming rich, and they're just delivering them up to be killed and paving the way to destruction. And you know, that's what is kind of screaming to me, like Nicolaitans, people controllers, you know, false prophets. It's right there. It's just right up in that alley right there. And it's kind of what I'm seeing today. If we, you know, transform what I'm seeing in a lot of these religious organizations right now, is being led to slaughter, flocks being led to slaughter right there.
Yeah. There's no, yeah, I mean, look at 6. For I shall no longer spare the inhabitants of the land, declares Yahuwah, but see, I am delivering up mankind, each one into his neighbor's hand and into the hand of his sovereign, and they shall crush the arrests, but I do not deliver from their hand. See, so he's not going to help them. It seems like their predestination is destruction, with no help coming from Yahuwah. And then 7 takes us to another level. So I shepherd the flock meant for slaughter. That's Zechariah. So I shepherd the flock meant for slaughter, the truly poor of the flock. And I took for myself 2 staffs. The one I called pleasantness, and the other I called unity, and I shepherd the flock. Okay, and then it goes on talking about the other 3. Now, what is Zechariah talking about? 2 staffs called pleasantness and the other called unity. This is powerful stuff, man. I'm telling you. You got to dig deep into your spiritual mind to come up with this. What's going on here? This is powerful stuff here. Thoughts, comments, questions? Anybody want to take a stab at 6 and 7 here? What is he talking about here with these two staffs? One called pleasantness, the other is called unity. And I shepherd the flock. Let me throw a hint at you. Is Zechariah a type of Yahusha here? Go ahead, Roz.
Yeah. Actually, and then the staff would be the Ruach HaKodesh.
Which one? Pleasantness or unity?
Unity, I was thinking, what came to mind was that unity would be like the body, and the pleasantness is the Ruach HaKodesh. So unity is when Yahusha, he's the head, but then he's also got the body in the unity part of bringing everybody together, and so that they are working, instead of working at each other, they're working with each other. So, okay. And then the other is the teaching of the pleasantness and the, coming from the Ruach HaKodesh, bringing people.
You're
like
close.
That.
You're close. Yeah. You're very close. Anybody else? Any thoughts on that? Okay. It's going to get answered for us here a little bit farther. If any of you are reading ahead, you'll see the answer to that question. But basically, pleasantness is the covenant between Yahuwah and his people. Okay. Unity is the brotherhood of Israel, of all the tribes being united as one nation. Okay. And we're going to find out more about this as we read on here. But extremely interesting that Zechariah seems to be a type or foreshadowing Yahusha here, as he's talking about being a shepherd. But so I shepherd the flock meant for slaughter. Did he not come for those? Didn't he say those who are healthy don't need the doctor? He came for those who are sick, right? Remember that? And so, and then it goes off to about the other three shepherds. In one moan, you sent off the three shepherds, for my being despised them, and their being also loathed me. What's he talking about here? Who are these three shepherds? Somebody. We got any idea? Go ahead, Ross.
Okay, is that the Muslims, the Catholics, and the Jews?
Mm.
The three factors that are out there that are the most prevalent. Catholics meaning all of Christianity. The leaders.
It could be. Oz?
No, I was gonna say something, but no, I don't think it is. I just reread the verse.
Anybody else? Okay, so think about what, let's say, so shepherds would be those that are over the flock, Okay. Overseers of the flock, stewards, if you will. And so, thinking about that, who is the overseers of Yisrael? Who would they be? Besides Zechariah, is symbolizing Yahusha here, the good shepherd. What's these other three then? Well, obviously they would be false shepherds or, not good shepherds. They don't care about the flock. They're just out for personal gain, right? And advancement. So thinking back to Yahusha's time, which would be prophecy as far as Zechariah is concerned, but for us, it's hindsight. Who would they be? Who's the bad people? Who's the bad shepherds? If Yahusha was the good shepherd, who's the three bad shepherds overseeing the flock? Go ahead, Ross.
The Pharisees, the Sadducees, and the lying scribes.
Yeah. The Pharisees or the priests, the Levites, they're the priests as well. They were leaders as well, right? So the Sadducees, the Pharisees, right? And who else? The kings, the government, the sovereigns. Don't they lead the people, oversee the people? Yeah, of course they do. So we're talking religion and government here, okay? And within that religious group, we could say, the priests and the Levites, or the Pharisees and the Sadducees, okay? So who did Yahusha have his main problem with? Who was he continuously reproving? And we read in the Natsarim writing. It was the Pharisees and the Sadducees, right? So the Pharisees believed in spirits and the resurrection, but the Sadducees did not. Now, he had a problem with both of these leading groups, both of these shepherds. And then the government, of course, Jerusalem, Yehuda, they had their own sovereign, their own ruler over the people, but they also were under the strict occupation of the Romans. And so they had to answer to two different powers, the Romans and their own king, right? Their own crooked ruler, right? And so, therefore, they had to pay double taxation. They had to pay tax in the Hebrew money, okay, to their Hebrew king, and then they had to pay taxes to the Romans in the Roman currency. So, very interesting here, about what's going on. So it seems like we're talking about the good shepherd and three bad shepherds representing the Pharisees, the Sadducees, and the government, what it appears here. And Yahuwah's not going to help them. And so that brings me back over here to Romans 9. Let's go there. Romans 9. Probably let's go from, who wants to read it? Who wants to read Romans 9 for me? June, read from Romans 9:15. Probably on down to 25, 15 to 25.
Okay. For he says to Musha, I shall favor whomever I favor, and I shall have compassion on whomever I have compassion. So then, it is not of him who is wishing, nor of him who is running, but of Yahuwah who shows favor. For the scripture says to Pharaoh, for this same purpose I have raised you up, to show my power in you, and that my name be declared in all the Eretz. So then he favors whom he wishes, and he hardens whom he wishes. Then you shall say to me, why does he still find fault? For who has resisted his counsel? But who are you, O man, to talk back to Yahuwah? Shall that which is formed say to him who formed it, why have you made me like this? Does not the potter have authority over the clay, from the same lump to make one vessel for value and another not for value? And if Yahuwah, desiring to show wrath and to make his power known, with much patience tolerated the vessels of wrath prepared for destruction, and that he might make known the riches of his esteem on vessels of compassion, which he had prepared beforehand for esteem, even whom he called, not only us of the Yehudim, but also of the nations, as he says in Husha 2, I shall call them my people, who were not my people, and her beloved, who was not beloved.
Okay, thank you. And so here we can see that there's just people that are predestined for destruction. And Yahuwah's just not going to help them, no matter what. And then look at what it says about the beforehand. You see that? See where it says that? So look at it. 23. 22 and 23. And if Yahuwah desiring to show wrath and to make his power known, with much patience tolerated the vessels of wrath prepared for destruction. See what I mean? So he's tolerating them. He's allowing them to live, to taste life, but he's not going to give them eternal life. And that he might make known the riches of his esteem on vessels, and that would be light, and life is light, okay? Riches of his esteem on vessels of compassion, which he had prepared beforehand for esteem. That means he predestined them before he created anything. This is clearly stated in Revelation twice, when it speaks about the Lamb's Book of Life was written before the foundations of the world. Okay, so go to John 21 real fast. Then I'll get y'all's opinion on this. But John 21, up here where after the third time that Yahusha was manifested to his pupils after he was raised from the dead, 21:14. It says, where therefore they had eaten breakfast, Yahusha said to Kepha, son of Yunan, do you love me more than these? And he said to him, yes, master, you know that I love you. And he said to him, feed my lambs. And he said to him again the second time, Simon of Yuna, do you love me? And he said, yes, master, you know I love you. And he said to him, shepherd my sheep. And he said to him a third time, Simon of Yuna, do you love me? And Kepha was sad because he said to him the third time, do you love me? And he said to him, master, you know all. You know that I love you. Yahusha said to him, feed my sheep. And so is this not the same message that he's given in Zechariah? Is it that Zechariah is portraying? Okay. All right. So I think those verses help us to kind of understand what's being said here in chapter 11 so far. All right. And look at 9. So I said, I am not shepherding you. Let the dying die and the straying stray, and let those who are left eat each other's flesh. See, who is not going to help them, no matter what? All right. Thoughts, comments, questions? Roz.
Well, that scripture, and I was just fixing to look it up. I know your heart. He always knows our heart. So those that look good, and this came to me, and I'm going to do it as a teaching. Like, this looks like a beautiful tree, right? Because it stands and it's on. It's a beautiful tree. That same tree part of it fell off. So look at the inside of it. So some people look beautiful on the outside, but they're rotten to the core on the inside. So that's what he's saying in here, that he knows their heart. He sees it, what's on the inside, and that's why he's not going to help them. But this one that was a cripple or was a drug addict or was whatever, he knows that they are going to come to him. He knows who is his child. He will take them in before he takes somebody that is flashy on the outside, that, reeks on the outside of, oh, I'm here. I'm beautiful. I am speaking about you, but they're not actually walking it like he does. So that's what it is.
Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, or questions? Go ahead, Chance.
Something that was coming to me is there. It was written, "You have eyes to see, but you do not see. You have ears to hear, but you do not hear. Lest you hear and turn, and I heal you." Perhaps they blind and deaf.
Yeah, that's the reason he spoke in parables, because those who are not chosen, that are predestined for destruction, would hear him and understand and do what they need to do to be healed. Healed means delivered. We humans all share a virus, and it's a deadly virus. It's called sin. And there's only one cure, one antidote for the disease, and that's the blood of Yahusha. And so the ones that are carrying the disease, and he doesn't want to give them the antidote because they were made for destruction, he plugs up their ears and blinds them so they don't understand what they have to do to be healed. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of goes along with that, doesn't it, Chance?
Yeah.
Anybody else? Got any further evaluation about this, or what the interpretation of it? Anything else coming to you on any other level or higher level? I mean, we're just scratching the surface here on this chapter. Like I said in the beginning, man, this is probably the hardest chapter to grasp here in scriptures. Definitely in this book of Zechariah. Go ahead, Russ.
Some people were placed on this earth to be his miracles. We saw that in many of the instances, like the man in Shiloh, the girl that died and was brought back to life, Eliezer, that was brought back to life, the woman with the blood. All of these people had things that no man was able to cure, but he was able to. So these people, and he even says it at one point, and I don't remember which book it's in, but he says that this person was here because they asked, I think it was Simon that asked, why, what great sin did he commit? He said, well, he didn't commit anything. Well, what about his parents? Did they commit? No, they didn't commit anything either. He was just placed here so that the esteem of Yahuwah could be shown. That's basically what that verse said.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else? So from here, from 10 down to 17, it's going to help us a lot understand what's going on. But like I said, we might not reach the level of clarity that we're wanting to reach here, but 10 through 17 is definitely going to help a lot from what we've just talked about. Okay. Go ahead, Talitha.
Yeah, I just wanted to, it just made me think of this one proverb. So Mashal, Proverbs 16:4, and it says, Yahuwah has made all for his purpose, and also the wrong for the yom of evil.
Yeah. Okay. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions, Chance?
Mark, it's kind of getting like a feeling for the distress, the days of distress here. It's, you know what I mean? There's a lot going on. People are eating their flesh, the way of peace they do not know. I'm delivering up mankind, each one to his neighbor's hand. Right. This is coming up on the Great Trib here, it seems,
It absolutely is. And it's just actually going to go into the anti-Messiah, which is the anti-shepherd, isn't he? And so, yeah, you're seeing it, man. It gets real deep, man. I mean, it's crazy now with this chapter, where this chapter takes you to. Don't blink, or you're going to miss it.
Hey, Mark, will you fill me in on these, on chapter 11, verse 1, these trees, the cedars, the cypress, the oaks of Bashan, are these esteem and exaltations of other nations? And they're being brought down?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is so deep that I can't really interpret it correctly, but yes, it's talking about powerful nations are going to be brought down. Yeah, but that's just scratching the surface, man. I mean, it's way beyond that for sure.
It's got me scratching the surface of my noggin,
Yeah, right. Look at this, where it says, "How oaks of Bashan, for the dense forest has come down." Yeah, the dense forest would be what? It'd be a city, wouldn't it? Yeah, this is heavy duty, man. I mean, I don't even know what to do with that. But obviously, there's different levels of interpretation there in those trees.
Yeah, you know what, Mark? The cedars, they use the trees for building things, and it's saying the fire is going to devour your cities because trees are used for wood. So yeah, you're hit right on the head. So these trees, they use obviously lumber for building. If you get into it real deep there, you can see that their materials for building are going to be brought low.
Yeah, notice it's different levels of wood.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So they start out with a lesser desirable, and then it's destroyed. So then they build back with a stronger wood, and then it's done away with, and then they come back with even a stronger wood, and then he says the dense forests have been cut down. So you can keep coming back and trying to build bigger and better, but I'm still going to knock it down. And then he finally says, I'm going to just knock the whole forest down. Now what are you going to do? So I'm saying, they see the depths in it. It's just crazy, man. All right.
And then right on 3, it says, the howling shepherds, their splendor is ravaged, their esteem, their exaltation. You know, soon after they're talking about the wood, it's talking about the shepherd. Yeah, wow, there's some depth there for sure. Wow.
Yeah. Phyllis?
It seems to me that we have no shepherd except Yahushua.
Yeah, he's the only good shepherd, that's for sure. We got shepherds, but they're bad shepherds. So, yeah, we got one good shepherd, that's for sure. So you got to watch out, don't you? Because you have the Messiah, okay, the good shepherd. And then scripture says there's going to be a lot of false prophets, false teachers, false prophets, all these coming that are going to create signs and miracles. And if possible, even the chosen would be deceived, you know. And so there's a lot of bad prophets coming as well. Go to Matthew 24:24. So Matthew 24:24 says, for false Mashiachs, which are shepherds, he's the good shepherd, right? So false Mashiachs or false shepherds and false prophets shall arise, and they shall show great signs and wonders. Signs and wonders, that little Hebraic statement there just means miracles in the English language. So you see signs and wonders, you can replace that with miracles in the English language. But they shall show great signs and wonders, or miracles, if you will, so as to lead astray, if possible, even the chosen ones. See that? So, yeah, we have to have discernment so that we can determine which shepherd that we're following, or what shepherd is trying to get us to follow them, whether it's the good shepherd or a bad one, a false one.
Yeah, right there in Matthew 11.
Yeah.
Matthew 11, or 24:11. That kind of teaches us that it's the severity of being led astray is the increase in lawless, and love becomes cold. You know what I mean? So that's the consequences of, and it says right here in 23, look, here is the Mashiach, or there, do not believe. Well, who's JC? And what is JC teaching? You know what I mean? So it's here now. It's right here, right in our face today, right now. Prophecy being fulfilled right there.
All right. Roz? We can't hear you, sweetie. Still can't hear you.
Okay, sorry.
There you go.
I was looking up another one where he uses his arm, which he ends up sending, which is Yahusha. But this one just came up, and it's in Yeshayahu, Isaiah 66. Thus said Yahuwah, the Shamaim are my throne, and the Eretz is my footstool. Where is this house that you build for me, and where is this place of my rest? And all these my hand have made, and all these that exist declares Yahuwah. So right there, he's saying to me, the good ones and the bad ones, he has made both.
Yes.
Yet to such a one I look on him, who is poor and bruised of spirit, and who trembles at my word. Whoever slaughters the bull slays a man. Whoever slaughters the lamb breaks a dog's neck. Whoever brings a grain offering, pig's blood. Whoever burns incense blesses an idol. Indeed, they have chosen their own ways, and their being delights in their abominations. And you can see that with the world right now. I shall also choose their punishments and bring their fears on them, because I called, but no one answered. I spoke, and they did not hear, and they did evil before my eyes, and chose what was displeasing to me. Hear the word of Yahuwah, you who tremble at his word. Your brothers who hate you, who cast you out for my name's sake, said, let Yahuwah be esteemed, but so that we see your joy, but they are put to shame. So,
Yeah. So why do you think that all those ceremonial acts, if you will, religious acts, are producing adverse conditions, such as worshiping an idol and breaking a dog's neck?
yeah.
Why?
Well, what they're doing is they're not worshiping the Father Yahuwah. He's the key. He's the key to everything. They were given the key when Yahusha came. And so they're doing everything, and it's going against the Father.
Yeah. Yeah. So they think these religious acts are what's going to deliver them, and they're forgetting all about the relationship they're supposed to be having with you. So that simply means their heart's in the wrong place. Go ahead, Chance.
What's screaming to me is like strange fire, pagan worship, and between like Cain and Abel, how Abel worshipped the way he was supposed to and obeyed, where Cain did it the way he wanted to do it. You know what I mean? And what did Yahuwah do when they brought strange fire? He consumed them. You know what I mean? These are, this is part of repentance and coming out of that pagan doctrination. This burning incense and with the old priesthood, even too, if we're continuing to try to do works of Torah instead of our belief is reckoned to our righteousness, we're declared right by belief. You know what I mean? And if we're over here still trying to offer up animals' blood and doing all this stuff too, we're not good. That could, if you catch what I'm saying, that the first covenant's done away with, the ceremonial blood offerings and priesthood, for Yahusha is our high priest. And the first 4 commandments offer us a way of how to worship Yahuwah. If we start to go outside of that, we start bringing strange fire.
Go ahead, Phyllis.
I just wanted to say Chance summed it all up right there with the strange fire. It's, because that's what the sacrifices became, because their hearts weren't what they were supposed to be.
Okay. Go ahead, Ross.
Okay, so in Isaiah Yeshayahu 59, look, the hand of Yahuwah has not become too short to save, nor his ear too heavy to hear, but your crookednesses have separated you from your Yahuwah, and your sins have hidden his face from you, from hearing. For your hands have been defiled with blood, and your fingers with crookednesses. Your lips have spoken falsehood. Your tongue mutters unrighteousness. No one calls for righteousness, and no one pleads for truth. They trust in emptiness and speak worthlessness. They conceive trouble and bring forth wickedness. They have hatched adder's eggs, and they weave the spider's web. Whoever eats their eggs dies, and when one is broken, an adder is hatched. Their webs do not become garments, nor do they cover themselves with their works. Their works are works of wickedness, and a deed of violence is in your hands. So that's what they're doing.
Sandra?
So I was wondering, I might be wrong about this, but I'm getting that this is a prophecy against false teachers, false prophets, and false followers. And that Yahusha, Zechariah is representing Yahusha, the good shepherd. And that he is prophesying that he is going to lay waste the wicked and the false ones and say these false ones are lifted up in pride. They have become rich. It's almost like Jacob's chapter 5, woe to you, rich men, weep and howl, for your riches are corrupt. And they got pride, but he's shepherding is meant for the slaughter of the truly poor, talking about the humble. Those that will humble themselves and begin to follow and obey Yahuwah is what I'm getting out of what this is first part of this book is talking about. It's a prophecy. And in Yehukanah in chapter 10, Yahusha said, truly, truly, I say to you, he who does not enter through the door into the sheepfold, but climbs up by another way, that one is a thief and a robber. But he who enters the door is the shepherd of the sheep. The doorkeeper opens for him, and the sheep hear his voice, and he calls to his own sheep by name and leads them out. And when he has brought out his own, he goes before them, and the sheep follow him because they know his voice. And they shall by no means follow a stranger, but shall flee from him because they do not know the voice of strangers. And he's using it as a figure of speech that they did not know what he has been saying to them. Same thing here. Yahuwah has been calling and saying, turn, hear my reproof, turn from evil, repent, return to my covenant. And they haven't been doing it. It's almost like talking about the false prophet. And I think it's in 2 Thessalonians about the lawless one. I don't know. That's kind of what I was getting. Might be a long stretch there.
Go ahead, Roz.
I have a thought. Is it possible that each time that somebody had like Yahoo in their name, or that they were maybe Yahusha in there as a, it says in there that we could be entertaining Malachim or angels and not know it. And that each one of them that had his name in there and was speaking his words had him. They were not just a person, that they were him. Is it possible that that's what that was? That's why his is so deep and so strong.
Yeah. If somebody has the Ruach HaKodesh in them, okay, the light of life, okay, you're seeing, if you look at that person, you're seeing Yahuwah. And no man has ever come up with a prophecy on out of his own mind. It's always been given to him by the Ruach. The Ruach spoke through the man. No man's ever spoke prophecy on his own, ever. So yeah, if they have the Ruach HaKodesh, the light of life in them, you're seeing Yahuwah when you're looking at them. And you're hearing Yahuwah when you hear what they're saying. Yeah, absolutely. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? And that doesn't just pertain to people who has Yah in their name. Okay, that pertains to anyone who has been immersed with the Ruach HaKodesh. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, or questions? Okay, June. Who's reading? Oh, okay, Phyllis. Go ahead. Let's continue on with 10.
June can read for me if she wants to.
We'll get her. She ain't gonna get away with it. Don't worry.
Okay. Zechariah 11, verse 10. And I took my staff, pleasantness, and cut it in two, to break the covenant which I had made with all the peoples. Wow. So it was broken on that yom, and the poor of the flock who were watching me knew that it was the word of Yahuwah. And I said to them, it is good in your eyes. Give me, if it is good in your eyes, give me my wages. And if not, refrain. So they weighed out for my wages 30 pieces of silver. Where have we seen that before? And Yahuwah said to me, throw it to the potter, the splendid price at which I was valued by them. And I took the 30 pieces of silver and threw them into the house of Yahuwah for the potter. Then I cut into my other staff, unity, to break the brotherhood between Yehuda and Yisrael.
Okay, stop. Okay, so wow, huh? All right,
Wow.
so this is pretty much letting us know that the staff of pleasantness is the first covenant. Okay, the covenant between Yahuwah and his people. Okay, and he broke it in two. And the poor of the flock who were watching me knew it was the word of Yahuwah. They knew that they had broken the covenant with Yahuwah by their idolatry, and so he divorced them, and they knew it. Those who were the poor of the flock, in other words, the ones that were, being obedient to him. Okay, and then where it says here, it is good in your eyes, give me wages, and if not, refrain. So they weighed out my wages, 30 pieces of silver. We all quickly, our minds go to Yahusha, right? Go ahead, Phyllis.
Can you tell us what the 30 pieces of silver value would be at that time?
Yeah. Well, it tells us that basically in Exodus 21. So go to Exodus 21. So Exodus 21:32 says, if the ox gores a male or female servant, he is to give to their master 30 shekels of silver, and the ox is stoned. Now, the Hebrew ox, the Aleph, is the chief, okay? Just so that you realize that. So when he asked for his wages and he was awarded for 30 shekels of silver here, this is the same sum that the Torah said must be paid for a slave accidentally getting gored by an ox. And this became what? I mean, I don't want to go there and say, look, this is where the serpent gores the master, okay, our chief, and kills him. And the price was to pay for doing that was 30 pieces of silver. But I can go there at a pretty high level. Zechariah gave the money to the temple treasury and then broke his second staff called union. This was signifying the division between Yehuda and Israel. Okay. If we look at Matthew 27:5, it says, and the chief priest took the silver pieces and said, it is not right to put them into the treasury, seeing that they are the price of blood. So this was how much, if your ox would have killed somebody, male or female, this is what you had to pay their family. Okay. Any thoughts, comments, or questions? Go ahead, Ross.
It was also what they paid for Joseph.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
And it was blood money given to the brothers.
Yeah, that's right. They accepted the 30 pieces of silver, didn't they?
Yeah, and then they killed offered a goat for their sin. They didn't offer a lamb, they offered a goat. And put that as, payment for the treacherous thing that they did to their own brother.
Go ahead, Phyllis.
You touched on something and then you backed off, and I really want to go there. I know where you're going, where they paid the price of a slave, Yahusha's death, Yahusha being the servant and the slave. And so that was the price of a lost slave. I would like for you to go there if you can.
What do you mean?
Well, you said, I don't want to go there. I don't want to be the one to say this. And I was just wondering, what did you mean by that? Maybe I misunderstood you. I'm sorry. I take it back.
All right. Go back over to, okay. So first of all, let's do this. All right. So see, if y'all have this, if you do, look at it. All right. So you look up at the top here where it says a leaf. You see that? You see it? And then you see ox. So it's the leaf and the ox, and then the number is 1. Okay. And so this means ox. A leaf stands for ox, which is the chief, the head. So if you cut off the head of the serpent, what happens? The serpent dies. If you cut off the head of the ox, what happens? The ox dies, right? Okay, so if we go to back over to Exodus 21:32, it says, if the ox goes a male or a female, he is to give to their master 30 shekels of silver, and the ox is stoned. Okay. And so in other words, the ox gets killed. Okay. So Satan, who possessed Judas, paid 30, he took the 30 pieces of silver. Okay. So that the price would be paid to kill the ox. You see what I'm saying? The ox being the chief. And he was gored by, would you say, the horns of the devil, of the serpent, into the side, killed him. Right? So the price of the goring was 30 pieces of silver, 30 shekels had to have been paid. See, this was all done in strict guidance of the Torah, so that everything was legally done within the instructions of Torah. See what I'm saying? Is everybody picking up what I'm laying down on that? I mean, I'm not real sure how to get clearer on that. And it's it has to do a lot with the Hebrew culture, you know what I'm saying? But that's why it was 30 pieces of silver. You know, Christianity kind of hem-haws, or they don't really get that. So they say, oh, that was just a cheap price to pay for the life of the Messiah, you know. But really, no, it wasn't. It was according to Torah. So that it would be legal, a legal slaughtering. Okay? But what Satan didn't get was that death has no authority over righteousness, over a righteous, innocent man. Death only has authority over sin. And so therefore was not allowed to take the life of an innocent man. So therefore restitution had to be paid because an innocent man was put to death under false witnessing to boot. And so what happened? The restitution paid. Well, first of all, death couldn't hold him because he was innocent and death had no authority over him. So it had to spew him out of the earth, give him back. Number one. Number two, he said, I demand restitution. I was falsely accused and falsely executed. And so what was the price? His chosen, his election would be delivered from death, same as he was. And therefore, everything fit legally under Torah. All right, Phyllis? That's the best I can do. All right. I'm not really sure
I
what
appreciate that. Thank you.
30 pieces of silver comes up to, you know, in our present time. You know, it's not a lot, you know, but, you know, if it was 30 pieces of silver, maybe dated back in that day, would be more valuable, of course. But, you know,
the information you gave me was far more interesting and important than the value of money. Thank you so much.
Okay. Chance, go ahead, man.
Yeah, you were what you were saying there, Mark, I was immediately brought up to how this 30 pieces of silver is attached to so much prophecy, even from the beginning
Yeah.
and the end, where Yusuf was sold into Mazarim for 30 pieces of silver, but he was there to save because of the scarcity of food. So he went to Mazarim, and then with the olive being like the headship, strength, and the power, what did it say? The prophecy said Yusuf was dreaming that his brothers would bow down to him. You know, so he went into Mazarim with Yahuwah exalted him there and esteemed him, and he became holder of all the food and ended up saving everybody. And his brothers were bowing to him, and then toward the end, Yahusha was betrayed for 30 pieces of silver, and he is the headship, the power and the authority and the strength, you know what I mean? And he saves us all too. So it's like that 30 pieces of silver is a prominent sign of prophecy for salvation, you know?
Yeah, it's definitely a lot deeper than I can touch on, you know. But yeah, I mean, yeah, absolutely, man. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? Go ahead, Oz.
So when he mentions here about throw it to the potter, does that means like to reshape them? Like what does the potter mean? Like what is that? Like is that reshaping them?
Yeah, the potter is Yahuwah. Okay. Remember, we just read Romans 9. Who are you, old man? The potter is Yahuwah. Should that help Oz knowing that? Okay. Ross, go ahead.
You said what I was going to say, and also that he's the only one that can fix anybody. Nobody.
what?
He's the only one that can fix anybody.
Oh.
He's the only one that can change somebody's path. He's the only one that can change and deliver them. He's the only one that he is the creator of everybody. So
Yahuwah said to me, throw it to the potter, the splendid price at which I was valued by them, and took the 30 pieces of silver and threw them into the house of Yahuwah for the potter. And like you said, what can Yahuwah do? Well, he can reshape it, reform it, and give it life again, which he did with Yahusha.
Mm-hmm.
Did he not reshape the clay and bring it back to life again and breathe back into it, give it back life? He sure did. The potter fixed it.
Is this speaking of the renewed covenant?
Yeah, the potter, no, it's the resurrection of Yahusha.
I mean, like he renewed the covenant, you know what I mean? Reshaped the renewed covenant in blood of Yahusha.
Yeah, on a deeper level, yeah.
it's also like a ring made of silver, melted down, and it comes out a completely new shape.
I'm sorry, Lou. Can I
What?
say that?
Your mic's on, Phyllis. All right. Yeah. And so the potters, the price was paid 30 pieces of silver. And so he took the silver or the ring, or he took the vessel, whatever you want to say. He reshaped it, reformed it, and made it better, and gave it back life, and it came back. Yahusha was resurrected back to life by the potter. So the price was paid. We getting it? All legal and perfect according to Torah, for the price of someone gored by a horn. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, or questions? Okay. Oh, go ahead, Chance.
I'm sure this doesn't have anything to do with it, but it says here, if it is good in your eyes, give me my wages, which kind of screaming to me of a parable Yahusha had, where there was a farmer who would pay the workers in his farm wages, which would be the everlasting life, and you go work. And there was one in the beginning, one in the middle, and one in the later. And the people that have been working the whole time were upset because the first got everlasting life while they've been working in the sweat of the yom all day long, and they also got paid the same wage. And they said, we've been out here working all day long. Why did the first get as much as we? But I'm not sure but it just kind of brings out the pay me my wages, kind of, that's what it brought it up here. One of the parables Yahusha taught.
Yeah, it is. It's amazing. Roger coming back on again for some reason. Can't hear you.
I need to change from one.
Should I let this one in?
Yeah. And I'll get out of this other one.
Okay. There you are. Are you there?
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. And so when he asked for his wages and was awarded these 30 shekels of silver, this was the sum that the law said must be paid for a slave accidentally gored by an ox, which happened to be the same price as required for the Messiah. And like y'all mentioned, Joseph. Okay. Now we go deeper on that, higher, deeper, whatever. Absolutely. Like I said, we're just scratching the surface here, man. Anybody else? Okay, so then it says, then I cut in two my other staff, unity, to break the brotherhood between Yehuda and Yesharal. And so this is the dividing of the kingdom, for sure, between the northern and southern kingdom. But this can also be them being scattered into 7 assemblies as well. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions on that one? Go ahead, Ross.
Is it possible, because that the remnant that's spoken of in Scripture, that he has saved a remnant, that remnant is in every nation, hidden till that day for when it's supposed to be used? Like in Revelation that it says, but hidden so that it's like a like the 10 pieces of silver, and then the 5 pieces of silver and the 1 piece of silver. These people are hidden away, and then they'll come out when it's his day that he's wanting them to come out. That'll be the ones that are the chosen for the 144,000, that remnant.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Is that possible?
Yeah, absolutely. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? Up to this point? Are we all starting to see the depth of this chapter? I mean, the perplexity of it? It's crazy, ain't it? All right, Phyllis, let's go ahead and let's finish that chapter off.
Okay.
15.
Okay, thank you. Verse 15. And Yahuwah said to me, take again the implements of a foolish shepherd. For look, I am raising up a shepherd in the land who does not visit those straying, nor seek the young, nor heal those who are broken, nor feed those that still stand. But he does eat the flesh of the fat and tear off their hooves. Woe to the worthless shepherd, forsaking the flock. Let a sword be upon his arm and upon his right eye. His arm shall wither and his right eye shall be dimmed.
Okay, this is so deep. All right, so I'm going to go with the obvious first here, okay? This is the anti-Messiah,
Right.
okay? And he's not going to do the opposite of what a good shepherd's supposed to do, okay? Which is, care for the dying, seek the lost or wandering sheeps, heal the injured or the maimed, and nourish the healthy, right? He's going to do the total opposite. So this is speaking of the anti-Messiah. See what it's saying. Who does not visit those straying, nor seek the young, nor heal those that are broken, nor feed those that still stand, but he does eat their flesh and tear off their hooves. So he's going to basically be doing the opposite of what a good shepherd's supposed to do for his flock. So this is the anti-shepherd or the anti-Messiah. The other levels that I see here are the architects of division, the religious sect and their denominations, and even points toward Revelations 2 and 3 with the 7 assemblies of Hashatan. No reaction on that one? Okay. Any thoughts, comments, or questions? Go ahead, Phyllis.
I was wondering, take again the implements of a foolish shepherd. I don't remember what those were.
Take again the implements of a foolish shepherd. This is where Yahuwah was telling Zechariah to take up the tools of what a bad shepherd does. Okay. Which is neglect, basically. Let's just say it simply, it's neglect. It's the opposite of what a good shepherd does. We just went over. And so basically they're listed right there. Take up the implements of a foolish shepherd, the tools of neglect, which would be not visit those straying, so not trying to go find the lost, just let them be lost. Who cares? Seek the young, not seeking the young ones to help them, not to heal those that are maimed or injured or this kind of stuff. Not nourish the healthy ones. This kind of things. These would be the implements or tools, if you will, of a foolish shepherd. Okay. Anybody else? Chance, go, man.
Something that was screaming at me about this implements the foolish shepherds was be like the creation of strongholds. Putting people in like things like Trinitarian beliefs and there is no resurrection. There is just ravaging the flock and leading them down worthless paths. As we see today and
yeah, on a deeper level, yeah, man, no doubt. Bros, go ahead.
Is it possible too that the implements started out as something good, then they fell from grace, fell from the Father and from truth, and then their things that they would have used, their gifts that they would have used to help the flock were taken away so that they can't do anything to make themselves seem like they're good? You know what I mean? That if like Yahusha had so many gifts, or like any of us that have gifts, and if we turned and went to the opposite direction, and then the gifts that we could turn them and use them for naught rather than for good, they would be taken away so that we couldn't do that. Is that maybe what the implements are also, that they are being taken away because they were good gifts, but they're not going to let the Father's not going to let them use those gifts to pretend to be something that is good when they're evil?
Yeah, I mean, sorta. I mean, take again the implements of a foolish shepherd. Yeah, I mean, a foolish shepherd don't care about his flock.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And so, of course, it would be a type or an anti-type, I should say, of a good shepherd. Those implements, those tools, or characteristics if you compare a good shepherd to a bad shepherd or foolish shepherd, you know, a wise shepherd to a foolish shepherd, whatever, good shepherd to a bad shepherd. But, you know, yeah, I mean, maybe way out there somewhere, maybe so, yeah. You know, like I say, there's a lot of different levels here in this book, you know, that I don't understand myself. So yeah, I mean, it could be, I guess. Who else? Sandra? You having problems, Phyllis? Go ahead, Sandra.
So is this also declaring that Yahuwah is doing this in these end times? Because it says in verse 6, for I shall no longer spare the inhabitants of the land, declares Yahuwah, but see, I am delivering up mankind, each one to his neighbor's hand and into the hand of the sovereign, and they shall crush their rest, but I do not deliver from their hand. So this is also fulfilling Yahuwah's purpose with this false and anti-Mashiach and false prophet, is what he is declaring here. Is that also what's happening in this chapter? Yahuwah is actually declaring his plan on what he's going to do in the end times. So, and I also, like, I was remembering the false shepherd. He flees. The hireling flees when he sees the wolf coming. I think that's in Yehukanan chapter 10. And he doesn't care for the flock. He's just there, not there to care for the flock. Like Yahusha, he was the good shepherd. He cared for the flock. I was kind of getting there.
Yeah, well, if you're asking me, you know what I'm going to say. Yahuwah is everything. So absolutely, he's doing it all. Anybody else got any thoughts, comments, or questions? Chance, go ahead.
On here on the 11 verse 17, woe to the worthless shepherds forsaking the flock. Let his sword be upon his arm and upon his right eye. His arm shall wither and his right eye shall be dimmed. You know, I just was reading the other day, it said, the eye is the lamp of the body. And if the eye is doing good, the body shall be enlightened. And if the eye is evil, your eye shall be darkened. And how great is that darkness? So if they're, you know, being worthless, they're withering up, and you should be able to tell a tree by its fruits. And this worthless shepherd, his strength, his arm is withering, his works, you know, so it's almost like a judgment coming upon these worthless shepherds, you know what I mean? And telling them that their eye is, you should be darkened and your works will show it. They're withering up. Do you see that?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of, you know, like in 16, it says, for look, I am raising up a shepherd in the land who does not visit the strain. And up above that, and you have said to me, take again the implements of a foolish shepherd. So then right down there, 17 says, woe to the worthless shepherd forsaking the flock. See that? So it's kind of like telling us that they're forsaking the flock. So back over to John 21. Where he tells Keith to feed my lambs, shepherd my sheep, feed my sheep. You know what I'm saying? If Peter would do the opposite of those, he would be a worthless servant, worthless shepherd, wouldn't he not? Yeah, he would. And so those things there are the things that makes a good shepherd. And if he did the opposite, then he would be a worthless or a foolish shepherd. See what I'm saying? So back over to this arm thing. his arm shall wither. You know, the arm, and his right eye shall be dimmed. So his arm, and upon his right eye, his arm shall wither, and his right eye shall be dimmed. I think this worthless servant going really, really deep now spiritually is his right arm is Yahusha going to be taken away from him. So the tool for deliverance will be removed, and his right eye shall be dimmed, meaning he ain't going to see it. He'll have no clue that he's being led into do the lake of fire to destruction. Okay, everybody picking up what I'm laying down on that one? I know that's pretty deep. Chance, go ahead, Chance.
So essentially, the deceived don't even know they're deceiving.
Yeah, the deceived don't even know they're perishing, basically.
That's good stuff.
So, although these worthless shepherds are forsaking the flock, they don't understand that their flock they're overseeing a flock that is meant for destruction. And so was worthless. Not only is the shepherd worthless, but so also is the flock. Their flock is also worthless. That's why Yahuwah is allowing them to be a foolish shepherd to the flock. And he's not going to deliver them or help them, because the worthless shepherd and the worthless flock are all heading to destruction. But the thing of it is they don't even know it. They think they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. He thinks he's a good shepherd, and they think they're the true church. Now, picking up what I'm laying down on that. Yahoo, Drew. Oh, wait a minute. That wasn't you. Where were you at? I think you were asking me a question here a minute ago. Oh, wow. I lost you. I don't know where it went, brother. I was going to throw it up there for you, but I can't find it now. Let me see one more time. Oh, that's it. Shabbat Shalom Mishpaka is verse 17, the shepherds of the circus today. Yes, that's what I just said. Anybody else? Go ahead, Chance.
I was reading another that kind of piggybacks off of this is there is none seeking Yahuwah, not one. They have no fear before their eye. They have no fear of Yahuwah in their eyes. The way of peace they don't understand, and that kind of seems like the eye being dimmed. You know, a life without Yahuwah in it. I can't even fathom that. But you know what I mean? It's
yeah. They can't see it. They can't see it, man. They think they're doing good. They really do, but they aren't. Why? Because they're teaching falsehood.
They're teaching worthlessness.
Worthlessness. The stuff out of their mouths a lie. It's worthless. And they're teaching it to a worthless flock. That Yahuwah's not going to intervene and deliver no matter what. Why? Because they were made for destruction.
The blind trying to lead the blind?
Basically. Yes. Talitha, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, when I read about the foolish shepherd, so for me, a foolish shepherd, yeah, it's talking about like the false teachers, in the sense of like, to be foolish means not to teach. They're not teaching the fear of Yahuwah, to fear Yahuwah, right? They're fearing other things or other idols or none of that at all. So that's like for foolish, because I think it's different. Foolish shepherd is different than the worthless shepherd, although they might still be the same shepherd, could be foolish and worthless.
But for me, when you read about foolish shepherd, it's talking about more about like not teaching the fear of Yahuwah makes you foolish. Like, because Yahuwah is all, like he is everything, and he's the one who has total control.
Yes. Yeah, they may be a slightly different in definition, but the result's the same. They're both forsaken the flock.
Well, the foolish shepherd turns into the worthless shepherd.
Yeah. Ross, go ahead.
That takes me also to the foolish virgin, and the wise virgin. That the bride, that the wise ones, fill their vessels with Yahuwah and the Ruach HaKodesh and the Word and everything, and then the ones that are not, the ones that are foolish, are these Circes churches that are filling them with God and LORD and false doctrine and all. That's what theirs is filled with, and that's why it's only half full, because they think that they have truth, but they don't.
That
And then
could
the other
be true.
Yeah.
You know what I get out of that is that they don't have the Ruach HaKodesh.
Yeah. They have the false one. They have the.
I mean, if it's half full, okay,
Mhm.
think about that.
Mhm.
What are the two things Yahuwah said you have to do, or you can't enter the reign of Yahuwah? You had to be immersed with water and the Ruach, both.
Mhm.
John 3:5. Go there.
Yeah.
John 3:5. So John 3:5 says, Yahusha answered, truly, truly, I say to you, unless one is begotten of water and the Ruach, he is unable to enter the reign of Yahuwah. So those are the two things. Okay, so if their lamp is half full, that means they've only been begotten by water and not the Ruach. So they're only half full. They died before they were immersed with the Ruach. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because, you know what I mean? Now, if it's a verse and they get filled with the begotten of the Ruach first and they die and was never begotten of the water, does that mean they're in big trouble? It says, unless one is begotten of water and the Ruach, he is unable to enter into the reign of Yahuwah. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I think
Yeah.
if Yahuwah immerses somebody with the Ruach on account of they have a pure heart, before they're water immersed, then water immersion only becomes an act of obedience then. And because their life was cut short and they didn't have the time to act on that command, I'm not real sure if, at that point, I don't think they're half full. I think they're good to go, but that's just me. It could be both ways. Yeah. It's the way you perceive it, I guess. Okay. Ross, you got something else?
I have something else. Anybody know what Herman is in scripture?
What's what?
It's Herman.
Herman?
What Herman has to do in scripture? I know, I'm just asking if anybody knows.
Herman is in what?
In scripture.
Hermit or Herman?
Herman. Herman as in the name of something.
Oh.
And what it's in reference to.
Hercules?
How do you spell it?
Herman as in the name Herman.
Yeah,
is that the mountain the fallen angels came down on?
Exactly.
It's what?
The mountain that the fallen angels came down.
Okay. I get it.
Oh, I know what you're saying now.
That's the address. That's the street that shelter is on.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I was given that.
Get you out of there.
Yeah. I was told that about 2 weeks into it. I knew it. And I was watching it. I watched everything with it. And so they had somebody else that came in there and said that she saw so many of the ones that are the heads over there that have masks. Some of them have as many as 13, 14 masks on there, hiding their real selves from other people. And so that kept playing out over and over and over again by their actions. by their not having the ruach and always using, man's interpretation. And so all that kind, it just everything. So we're put in places to watch and see and be able to bring it, that, and the Father uses us by seeing in there. He sees it, but he uses us to see in there. So anyway, I just wanted to say that.
Okay, go ahead, Chance.
Back to what we were reading in John about the water and the ruach. To kind of keep going off of that, because it just sprung up on me, is the same ruach that raised Mashiach Yahusha from the dead. If it indeed dwells in you, it shall give life to your mortal body when you perish. So it is the promise being fulfilled by Yahuwah when you are immersed indeed with the ruach HaKadosh. Flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom of Yahuwah. So you have received the promise from the Father. And then I was going to come back here to the worthless shepherds on 17. They're not teaching everlasting life, because in the Torah is life. So if they have gone astray, not teaching everlasting life, which rests in the Torah, the commands that Yahuwah commanded us to live our life by, and if you take it to today, these religious organizations we know tell us that it's done away with. How is the everlasting covenant done away with? You are essentially taking everlasting life out of the equation and paving the road to destruction. It's clear. That's all.
They're confused because the first covenant up here, the staff of pleasantness was cut in two to break the covenant. And so they think it's permanently done away with. And so Yahuwah's chosen people are, condemned to the lake of fire, but it's not. Okay. He obviously renews the covenant, and he never abandons his chosen. Okay. He calls them, brings them back from into the land he scattered them from, so obviously, they hear what they want to hear. They read what they want to read, and everything else they ignore. There's so much more scripture that says that he brings them back, and he does, and he's going to be with his people forever, than it does saying that he broke the first covenant and divorced them. You know what I mean? But see, they don't want to hear that. They want to hear that he broke the covenant with the Jews, and now the churches are the new Israel. That's what they want to hear. Show me where scripture says that, because I can't find it.
And they're very gleeful about it.
And then they crack me up because they all argue and fight among each other who the true church is. They sit there. There's, I don't know, what is it, 400 denominations in the United States alone, right? That's divisions of their religion. And yet they deny that there's any denominations, but yet they argue among each other about who the true church is. Which one is the true church? So it's really silliness, man. It's the spirit of religion within them, causing them to argue, quarrel, and fight among each other all the time. If you ever talk to a Christian, what's he want to do? They want to argue and fight and quarrel over their doctrine. That's the number one thing they want to do. If you don't believe me, watch when a J-Man follower comes in the chat room, watch what they want to do. They want to argue and fight and quarrel with you, debate with you. That's what they got in their mind to do. All right. Thoughts, comments, questions on chapter 11? Phyllis?
I just wanted to comment that anybody that has a different point of view, that's all they want to do. If it's, I don't want to say anything, but maybe I shouldn't say anything. Sorry.
Now you got me scared. You talking about me, girl? Go ahead, Sandra.
So I was going to add in Matthew 7:24, it says, therefore, everyone who hears these words of mine, does them, shall be like a wise man who built his house on the rock. And the rain came down, and the floods came, and the winds blew and beat on that house, and it did not fall, for it was founded on the rock. And everyone who hears these words of mine and does not do them shall be like a foolish man who built his house on the sand, and the rain came down, and the floods came, and the winds blew, and they beat on that house, and it fell, and great was its fall. So that's sort of like they're trying to teach, they're teaching that displacement theology, which is against Yirmiyahu chapter 31, and against where Yahuwah said, Israel, all of Israel shall be saved. And and they're not teaching the foundation, which is Torah. They're teaching lies and things like that. That's all I wanted to add to what we are discussing, because I agree with everything so far has been said.
Anybody else? Go ahead, Chance.
Pick up where Sandra left off here is it gets me excited to think about this. You know, Yahusha is the chief cornerstone, and there is no other foundation that can be built. So when these religious denominations or religious organizations have built some other foundation, whether it be gold, silver, wood, you start to bring truth to them, and you can clearly see their house starting to shake. You know what I mean? And that's the problem is they want to argue and quarrel is because their foundation is rattling. They're either offended or they're defending or they're aggressive. Because if indeed your house is built on the chief cornerstone, that being Malak Yahusha, your house does not rattle. You're on a firm. You're on You're on the foundation. You're in Yahusha. And you got the Ruach HaKadosh and the Ruach of delusion. And you can clearly distinguish between the two by the living words. That's all.
Yeah. Just want to point out one more thing really quick here before we leave chapter 11. There's a lot of people get these two sticks or staffs, pleasantness and unity, mixed up with Ezekiel 37. Which is the two-stick prophecy, okay? It's not the same thing. A lot of people don't know that. And so Ezekiel 37 is about the staff of unity. Has nothing to do with the staff of pleasantness. Okay, so it's two different things. I just wanted to point that out to you. So if you look at Ezekiel 37:21, it says, and speak to them, thus said the Master Yahuwah, see, I am taking the children of Israel from among the nations, wherever they have gone, and shall gather them from all around, and I shall bring them into their land. And I shall make them one nation in the land, on the mountains of Yisrael, and one sovereign shall be sovereign over them. And let them no longer be two nations, and let them no longer be divided into two reigns. Okay, so this is speaking of the staff of unity. Nothing to do with the staff of pleasantness. Okay, so don't get those mixed up. All righty. Any thoughts, comments, or questions? Chapter 11. All right. We're going to move on then to chapter 12. And I think June had her hand up, didn't she?
I can read, yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Okay, Zechariah chapter 12. The message of the word of Yahuwah against Israel. Yahuwah stretching out the Shemaim and laying the foundation of the Eretz and forming the Ruach of man within him, declares, see, I am making Jerusalem a cup of reeling to all the people all around, and also against Yehudah, it is in the siege against Jerusalem. And in that yom it shall be that I make Jerusalem a very heavy stone for all peoples. All lifting it are severely injured. And all the nations of the Eretz shall be gathered against it. In that yom, declares Yahuwah, I smite every horse with bewilderment and its rider with madness. And on the house of Yehuda I open my eyes, but every horse of the peoples I smite with blindness. And the leaders of Yehuda shall say in their heart, the inhabitants of Jerusalem are a strength to me through Yahuwah Zebaoth, their Elohim.
Okay, stop. Okay, so going back over here then to 3. Well, first of all, 2, say I'm making Jerusalem a cup of reeling to all the people all around, and also against Yehuda. It is in the siege against Jerusalem. And in that yom it shall be that I make Jerusalem a very heavy stone for all peoples. All lifting it are seriously injured, and all the nations of the Eretz shall be gathered against it. What's that talking about? Phyllis?
I relate it to what's going on today. I mean, the people, the riders, not the horses, but the riders that are attacking Israel today, they are mad. They're like insane people, and they lie, and everything's just insane with them. And Israel has protection against those missiles and things, so that they're being blinded and they're being, bewildered, and they can't hit the place they're located at. I think it's prophecy being filled out right now.
Anybody else? Sandra?
So is this talking about the Battle of Armageddon?
Yes, absolutely is. But that's a second part of it. And so, yeah, both of you are right. Anybody else? It's Ross?
It's a stone, right? That stone's Yahuwah. They have to pick up Yahuwah to be able to walk in the path of what his chosen people are. It's not the God, it's not the LORD, it's not any like Buddha or anything like that. It's Yahuwah that they have to pick up. And right now, none of them are able to pick it up because their ears are shut off, their eyes are closed, their heart is not softened to be able to receive him. Is that what it is?
Well, it can be, yeah. See, I'm making Jerusalem a cup of reeling to all the people all around. That means they get sucked into it, It's like they're attracted to it for they don't even know why. And also against Yehuda, it is in the siege against Jerusalem, all people all around. And then that yom it shall be that I make Jerusalem a very heavy stone for all people, like a burden type thing. If you fool with it, it'll hurt you, And then where it says, and all nations of the Eretz shall be gathered against it, is definitely, talking about Armageddon, the last battle, the war that mankind will ever fight. I think this has end time prophecy relating to right now, what's going on over there, and also even further out to Armageddon. Ain't it kind of weird that all the nations of the world are focused on little tiny Israel? Is there any other country in the world that all the nations are so heavily involved in and focused on? There isn't, is there? Just this little tiny country for some weird reason.
They're kind of focused on Mr. Trump and what he's doing.
And Trump's focused on Israel. and what they're doing. But no, yeah, it's a problem for the nations because they're too involved with Israel, and it's causing them all problems. It's quite amazing, really, that since 1948, all the nations, the United Nations, everything that's been against Israel, all the Arab nations, their neighbors attacking them, and nobody's been able to defeat them or do anything about them. Not even all the nations of the world together in the United Nations can do anything with them. I think it's just totally amazing myself. Did you know that the Arabs over there were running around screaming and hollering about how Israel is being protected by their Elohim? All the missiles seem to fall short of their targets. It's like they're witnessing that the missiles going in there just divert and go and hit no man's land and don't even strike anything. There's a lot more going on than what you're going to see in the news, that's for sure. Media is not going to report everything. They're controlled. The controllers control the media. They only let them tell you what they want you to know. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions here? What do you think this means? In that Yom declares Yahuwah, smite every horse with bewilderment and its rider with madness. In the house of Yehuda, I opened my eyes, but every horse of the peoples I smite with blindness. What do y'all think that means? And the leaders of Yehuda shall say in their heart, the inhabitants of Jerusalem are strength to me through Yahuwah, Sabaoth, their Elohim. You think all that means? And that Yom usually speaks about the end times when you read that. I smite every horse with bewilderment and its rider with madness. Anybody got any idea? Speaking about militaries, what do you think? Chance?
I know in the days of old, Yahuwah loosened the tires on Pharaoh and his army when he split the Sea of Reeds. So as you know, when they were chasing Yashrael, and Yahuwah parted the sea for Yashrael to walk on dry land, and Yahuwah went up against Pharaoh and his army and his horses and his riders. Oh yeah, it could be having to do with armies. But it seems like, you know, here with bewilderment and madness is seems like there's a great confusion here. Who the enemy is, you know, blindness, can't see, darkness.
Yeah. So this is definitely resonating with Yahuwah's protection over his people, isn't it?
Hey, Mark, I don't know if this is a question. If there's a prophecy, I remember reading somewhere. I was already looking for it. I can't remember where I read this, but it said something about Jerusalem being a heavy stone that cuts people into pieces. Where is that prophecy?
Yeah, see if you can find that.
I know. I'm trying to. I just went looking for it, but I am.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, this is talking about judgment here, right? Judgment and confusion being brought upon the enemies of his people, and Yahuwah promising to watch over them and protect them is what this is really speaking of. What does it say? Jerusalem is a what?
Is a rock that cuts people into pieces.
I don't know if I've ever read that.
You have it on Google. Do you have Google? Andy? Okay.
I'm doing a cross reference and it's not showing nothing.
Okay.
It just pointing to Zechariah 12:3.
Okay.
Being a heavy stone for all the people. It's not showing. It's not showing any cross reference. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Lou just said that that's a bad translation that says the cuts you in pieces. It's the same it's the same verse that we're reading here. The heavy stone will hurt all those who lift it. Yeah. Some bad translations say will cut you into pieces.
Oh, okay. That explains it then. Go ahead, Sandra.
I was wondering, does the heavy stone, is it like an idiom for a destroying stone? It's a destroyer to destroy those that come against this enemy.
I mean, it's more of like, if you mess with it, you're going to get hurt type thing.
Okay. That makes sense. Okay, thanks.
You know, and it seems like everybody that does mess with it gets hurt. It really does seem like that. Go ahead, Jim.
Okay, this is something I'm a little confused on.
Okay.
Because I've heard now that for the most part, Jerusalem worships their high priest, and they have his picture everywhere, and they look at him as their Messiah right now. And what I'm wondering is, when we get up to this, to where we have all of these attacks and everything going on with them, and they see that they're protected, is this the point to where their hearts are opened up for when Yahusha returns? And that's when they see him as who he really is. It's like, wow, he is the one that we've been reading about and the one that we've been waiting for. So in this time of distress, is it them being protected that softens their heart into recognizing him when he arrives?
Maybe softens it, but it doesn't cause them to fully acknowledge that he's their Messiah. It doesn't make them accept that he's the Messiah yet, but we'll see. We're going to get right into that here in about 3 or 4 verses.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ross.
Well, I always am the one that brings this up. Sometimes I get griped at in other forums and things when I bring it up. But there's another faction of people that have been ignored and that are coming to the forefront now. But if you go back in history, back in the 50s, there was a Gamal Abdel Nasser that did a quote, and it could be termed as anti-Semitic, but it said, and I'll read it That's basically what it is. They left black and came back white. So could this also be what's happening right now? Could this also be part of the Messiah actions right now, where it's protecting a people that could be false?
No.
And that you're going to come into a different group of people that
No.
will be with the real one?
No.
I mean, we have to look at all possibilities.
Okay, here's the possibility. They left brown and they came back all colors. How about that one?
Yeah, that too.
Okay, that's the way it really is. Israel's a coat of many colors. Look, it doesn't take rocket science. You look at the altitude and the longitude lines around the globe and see what the skin color of people are in the different regions. Okay,
Yeah.
It's not rocket science. The Israel began with Abraham coming out of Babylon, not out of South or Central Africa. Okay, so they left brown. Let's be real. They left brown and they came back many different colors. Why? Because they were scattered among all the nations and they intermarried among all the races. And Yahuwah was calling back Israel in the second Exodus. It's going to be of all different colors. Not black.
I agree.
And leave black and come back white. That's silly. Some people over there ain't white. They're just as brown as the Arabs that I can tell. The Arabs they're half brothers. The Arabs never got scattered. They stayed there. Abraham's their father too. What color are the Arabs? They're brown. Unless they being out in the sun, then they might start leaning a little bit dark brown. But that's silly talk, and I really don't want to go there. So, anybody else have comments or questions? Go ahead, Chance.
When Yahuwah came and rescued us from Natsarim, was it not a mixed multitude?
Yes. It was
Okay.
right off the get-go, wasn't it? Why?
Yeah.
Why was it a mixed multitude?
Because Yahuwah made from one blood all.
No. It's because the Egyptians took slaves of all the different people from Africa, from the Middle East. There were even Europeans. Whoever they could capture, they would make slaves out of them. They traveled around and conquered. They were a great country back then. They were a huge kingdom. They traveled around and conquered different people, different races, down into Africa, Middle East, into Asia, and even up into Europe. And so, they had a lot of different color slaves. Absolutely did. And when they freed all their slaves, they didn't just say, okay, only the Hebrew can go. They freed all their slaves. And that's why they came out of there different multitudes. Okay? But that was then. We're talking about the second Exodus here now. Okay?
Is it safe to
they're coming back all different colors because they were spread out through all the nations of the Eretz. And they intermarried with them. So, of course, they're going to be all different colors. That's what's happening over there right now. Okay? And it's going to even happen even more when Yahusha comes back and calls all his people from the four winds of the Shemaim. That's what that means. Four winds of the Shemaim means every nation will be represented in the kingdom. That's what that Hebraic idiom means. Okay, anybody else? Thoughts, comments, or questions? Sandra, go ahead.
So I was thinking that racial thing is just another architect of division.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because technically we were going to be mixed all along, because when Yahuwah changed Abram's name to Abraham, he made him a father of nations. That means they were going to be mixed all along. And throughout the time, when he scattered them for the purpose to mix them.
That's right.
And in essence, that is really saying what I get is that he is really saying that the nations are going to be the believers and receive him, whereas those that are born in his house, they rejected him, is what happened.
But they will accept him when he comes back. And that's what June was asking. And we're going to get there. We're going
Romans 11, they're going to, all of Israel shall be saved.
But yeah, don't forget, Yahuwah made all the races. Yahuwah made all the nations. Yahuwah loves all of mankind. He doesn't just love one race. He loves all of mankind. This is just a test to humanity to see where your mind is, where your heart is, and how much you hate somebody that's different than you. But it ain't going to matter in the end. You won't even see that in the end. Matter of fact, I'm going to venture to say that Yahusha was brown skinned. Okay, so if you're a white person, you're Anglo-Saxon, and you like that Anglo-Saxon picture of Yahusha hanging up on your wall with blue eyes and blonde hair, you're going to be highly disappointed when you meet Messiah. Just let you know that. Go ahead, Chance.
You know, Shaul always said the endless genealogies don't bother, but it does matter with circumcision, not outwardly, but inwardly. Do you obey? Do you walk in the ways of Yahuwah? Do you believe in Yahusha? This is what distinguishes. It doesn't matter about anything about the color or the race. It's about inward circumcision, the circumcision of one's heart. And are you walking in the ways of Yahuwah? That differentiates the people. If we get into the endless genealogies, where does that lead us? It's a division, as Sandra had said, an architect of division. But we need that inward circumcision, them laws on our heart and our minds. Barak Yahuwah, you know? Hallelujah Yahuwah.
Yeah, Yahuwah, he's not a divider. Okay, Satan is. Men love to divide, but Yahuwah is not. Look how they divided the earth. They got an equator, they got longitude and latitude. They've divided the earth like madmen, right? But if you really simplify it, okay, you have the Middle Earth, you have the Southern Hemisphere, the Northern Hemisphere, and you have the Middle Earth, right? That's why they call it the Middle East. So the Northern Hemisphere people have a tendency of being white, and this is before immigration. The people are white. The Southern Hemisphere people are black, and then the Middle Earth people are brown. Get it? White, brown, black. Black, brown, white. It's that simple. Everything else happened because of immigration and scattering. That's it, man. It's no big deal, really. All right. Any other thoughts, comments, questions? Chance, go ahead.
A little off subject, but we're all colors, different shades of wheat.
Yeah, well, yeah, daggone it. There's a lot of hate groups and factions out there that like to create all this silliness. And it's all based on racism, bigotry, all this kind of garbage. And mainly because of the past. But really, there's 4 different types of people on the earth. And they're all represented by different branches, shapes, and stuff. But basically, they're all the same color, all green. So that's kind of an amazing thing, too, if you start thinking about that. And what I mean by that is the different branches in the lulav we're commanded to wave. It's a kuth. by Torah. So you have you have your palm, you have your myrtle, you have your willow, and then of course you have a yellow estrot, which is a citrus fruit that you shake with that. But that's the good ones. Okay, that's the ones who study Torah and obey Torah, the perfect fruit. Okay, and then the palm is the type of person who studies Torah but does not obey Torah. The myrtle is one who obeys but does not study Torah, and the willow is one who does not study nor obeys willow. But they take and they wrap these up extremely tight, and they hold the good fruit with those three other types, and they shake them, tease them like dangling a carrot in front of a horse's nose at Yahuwah. And the bride, the citrus, represented by the citrus fruit of perfection, is together with the other three types of people. And they shake them at Yahuwah and say, take all of us or take none. Take all of us or take none. Take all of us, Yahuwah, or take none. And so the bride brings the others with her. You know why? Because Yahuwah loves his bride. He's not going to lose his bride. And so the ones that she invites is going to come with her. He will accept them. There's your 4 different types of people. And color has nothing to do with it. It's love. That's what it is. Love, not skin color. Everything's based on love. The bottom line of the Torah, the goal of the Torah is love. If you love Yahuwah and others as yourself, you have completed the Torah. If you can love others and Yahuwah more than yourself, you have become the bride, the higher calling. Comments, thoughts, questions? Go ahead, Chance.
The tunic that was made for Yusuf, the colorful tunic, when he was brought into Natsarim, and then he married a Natsarim wife. Could this be, the cause of the mixed multitude, or the prophecy behind it? If Yusuf was given a colorful tunic, and then they sold him for 30 pieces of silver in the Natsarim, and he took for himself a wife, and then had Ephraim and Manasseh in Mitzarim, could this be a deeper prophecy to the mixed multitude? I don't know.
I think it's symbolic, for sure, of, future Yisrael. All the Yisrael, the children of Israel, ancient Israel, the wandering in the wilderness, all that, man, is just an example for us on how to live. That's what all that is. That's it. It really is.
You really got me with that one teaching you did, Mark, where our lives are kind of like going through the wilderness today. All of us are being tried and being humbled in the nations and where we've been dispersed. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And we're being led, just like the days of old when Yahuwah led us with the strong hand and outstretched arm. We're being led by the Ruach HaKodesh, who is Yahusha. And we're going through this wilderness, and we're being saved from the bondage in which we served death and darkness, and now we're being brought back into life and righteousness and obedience.
That's right. That's right. That's right. Absolutely. All right. No more thoughts, comments, questions. Let's go ahead and move on, Jim.
Zechariah chapter 12, verse 6. In that yom, I make the leaders of Yehudah like a fire pot among trees, and like a torch of fire in the sheaves. And they shall consume all the peoples all around, on the right and on the left. And Jerusalem shall dwell again in her own place in Jerusalem. And Yahuwah shall save the tents of Yehuda first, so that the comeliness of the house of Daud and the comeliness of the inhabitants of Jerusalem would not become greater than that of Yehuda. In that yom, Yahuwah shall shield the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and the feeble among them in that yom shall be like Daud, and the house of Daud like Elohim, like the messenger of Yahuwah before them. And it shall be in that yom that I seek to destroy all the nations that come against Jerusalem. And I shall pour on the house of Daud and on the inhabitants of Jerusalem a ruach of favor and prayers. And they shall look on me, Aleph and Tau, whom they pierced, and they shall mourn for him as one mourns for his only son. And they shall be in bitterness over him as a bitterness over the firstborn. And that yom, the mourning in Jerusalem is going to be great, like the mourning at Hadad Ramon in the valley of Megiddo.
Okay, stop. Okay, so this is a lot, and this is what you were talking about, June. First of all, let me outline it, and then we'll talk about it. Then 6 here, obviously, this is a nuclear blast detonated over Jerusalem. And you see in the parentheses there, and that caption where it says, see military strategy known as the Samson option. Well, Israel's military has an option that if they're ever overrun at the point of being conquered and losing Jerusalem again, that they're going to unleash the Samson option, which is a nuclear bomb. And so this madness behind that is that, look, if we get attacked and we're overrun and we're going to lose Jerusalem, it's better that we die with our enemies. And so we'll just nuke our enemies and we'll die with them. It's better than losing Jerusalem again. And so that's what their Samson strategy is, okay? And so what this is letting us know, it's going to happen at Armageddon. And they're going to detonate an atomic blast to wipe out the armies of the anti-Messiah of the world that's coming against them. Just at the point where they're overrun at this point, but just they're not totally taken yet. But at that point, they're going to detonate a nuclear bomb, and then Yahusha will come back, and he'll shield the inhabitants of Jerusalem. How he's going to do that, I have no idea, but he does. And then, so Jerusalem and the people, the inhabitants of Jerusalem, is not totally destroyed because Yahuwah shields them, but the armies of the anti-Messiah are. And it says, and it shall be in that day that I seek to destroy all the nations that come against Jerusalem. See that? And so they will be destroyed, but not all of Jerusalem will be destroyed. This happens at the second coming, okay? And then notice in 10, and I shall pour out the house of Daud and on the inhabitants of Israel a ruach of favor and prayers, and they shall look on me, Aleph and Tau, whom they have pierced, and they shall mourn for him as one mourns for his only son. And so they're going to look upon Yahushua as he comes back, and they're going to see that his side is pierced and his palms are pierced. And they're going to mourn here in bitterness. And look what 11 says. And in that Yamam, the mourning in Jerusalem is going to be great, like the mourning of Hadad Ramon in the valley of Megiddo. And so what is that saying? Well, when they realize that when he saves them from this atomic blast, and they see that his palms are pierced and his side has got a hole in it, they're going to realize that they killed their Messiah. And then they're going to accept him as their Messiah. That's when the people of Israel will finally accept him as their Messiah. Right at the climax of Armageddon is when that happens. And let's cheat and go over to 14:12, Zechariah 14:12 there. And it says, and this is the plague with which Yahuwah plagues all the people who fought against Jerusalem. Their flesh shall decay while they stand on their feet, and their eyes decay in their sockets, and their tongues decay in their mouth. And it shall be in that yom that a great confusion from Yahuwah is among them, and every one of them shall seize the hand of his neighbor, and his hand rise up against his neighbor's hand, and Yehudah shall fight at Jerusalem as well. Okay, so we see then that the description of a victim of a nuclear blast, what happens to them. Their flesh falls off their bones as they're standing on their feet. Their eyes decay and melt in their socket, and their tongue decay and melt in their mouth. That's a very good description of what a nuclear bomb will do to somebody that's caught within the certain zone of the blast. Okay. So back over there to chapter 12. Any thoughts, comments, or questions about this? Go ahead, Chance.
The Samson option that was referred to up here, is that when Samson broke the pillars on himself?
Pretty much.
And it all collapsed on him and he killed everybody else?
Yeah, pretty much. You know, that's probably why they named it that, yeah.
So it's pretty much self-annihilation, like self-sacrifice, right?
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure that's why they named it that. Well, go ahead, Ross.
There was one scripture I wanted to bring for chapter 11. This has to do with the spotted and striped sheep. Genesis 30 on verse, I couldn't look it up before. Let's see. He gave and he set the flocks in the gutters, in the watering troughs, where the flocks came to drink, and they mated when they came to drink. So the flocks conceived, bore the rods, and before the rods, and I'm sorry, my eyes are really blurry today. And the flocks brought forth streaks, speckled and spotted. And Jacob separated the lambs and made the flocks face toward streaks, and all the black in the flock of Laban. And he put his own flocks by themselves and did not put them with Laban's flock. So that also is talking about mixture of people.
Yeah, you know, it may be, maybe not, but I think the whole point there is that, you know, he didn't take the best, he took the worst. You know, he left the best to his father-in-law, which is a sacrifice within itself, you know. And so I think that to me is putting himself at the back of the line. So therefore, you know, he'll be first when it comes to the eternal, right? That's what I'm getting out of that. But let's kind of stay on subject here just a little bit if we can. We still have a long ways to go. We've been on for 3 hours. But we're in chapter 12. Is there any thoughts, comments, or questions on chapter 12? So in case you haven't noticed, this book has just took a huge turn. And we're talking about Armageddon here. Okay, we're talking about, without a shadow of a doubt, we're talking about the end of the end times, the tribulation years, and Armageddon. So there's a little bit of literal going on here, but man, what a huge turn to the future. Every time you say in that yom, look at it. So we go here. Check it out, man. So 3 and in that yom, 4 in that yom, 6 in that yom, and I'll probably miss a few. It's 8 in that yom, night number 9 in that yom, and 11 in that yom. You see that through that whole chapter? That's talking about when you see that little tiny, those 3 little words there, that's talking about the end of the end times, tribulation years generally. And look how many times we see it here in this chapter. It's all about the end of the end times, isn't it? The tribulation years and Armageddon. So, I mean, that's our first clue. Now, in that yom, in that yom, in that yom, they will come. In that yom, in that yom, in that yom, he will come. Right? Thoughts, comments, questions about the day in that yom? And about in that yom? So, yeah, what a very powerful chapter. It talks about nuclear war, but this here is speaking mainly about the climax of Armageddon, which the nuclear war will be isolated. It's going to be isolated in the Middle East, and more specifically at Jerusalem. Whereas World War III is going to be global and devastating. It's going to kill 1/3 of mankind. If you don't understand how many people that is, better off you don't. The carnage is going to be mind-blowing. So, yeah, it's letting us know that there will be a nuclear detonation here in Jerusalem. Okay. Thoughts, comments, questions? There's quite a few places in Scripture that lets us know that nuclear holocaust is going to happen. It's very clear, really. So if you're ever wondering, will there ever be a nuclear war on the earth? The answer to that, according to Scripture, is absolutely.
So would you like to give us those scripture references, sir?
Sure, if you want them.
Oh, yes. Can't wait to get them.
All right. Well, you have Zechariah 12:6, what we just read about. Right? And let's see. You have Zechariah 14:3-9, which we haven't got to yet. And you have, Zechariah 12-16. So really, we're going to read about it in 3 places here in Zechariah, those 3 places. And then you will read it in Revelations 9:17-21. Revelations 8-24. So that's about the only ones I know of right off the top of my head. But if you look at, go to Hebrews real quick. Go to Hebrews 1. So Hebrews 1:3 says, who being the brightness of the esteem and the exact representation of his substance, and sustaining all by the word of his power, having made a cleansing of our sins through himself, set down at the right hand of the greatness on high. Right? And so if we look over here, and I shall pour out the house on the house of Daud and on the inhabitants of Jerusalem a favor, ruach of favor and truth. And they shall look on me whom they pierce, and they shall mourn for him who mourns for his only son, and they shall be in bitterness over him as a bitterness of the firstborn. And so here's the description of him being a brightness of the esteem of the exact representation of his substance, being made cleansing our sins through himself. And then over here at his return in onto the Mount of Olives, when they'll finally recognize him as being their Messiah and who he truly is, which is the exact representation of his substance, who being the brightness of the esteem and the exact representation of his substance, which would be Shekinah. So who's coming back? The Shekinah, but which is Yahuwah's presence, but obviously his body is maybe forever, I don't know, marked with the piercings. Isn't that amazing? Go ahead, Chance.
Do you think this has anything to do with the blindness that Shaul was talking about for Yashrael? The blindness in part, and they.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, why did Yahuwah do that?
To provoke them to jealousy with the nations, right?
No, so that they would fail and be scattered among the nations, because he loves all of mankind, and he could deliver all the nations through his chosen people. If they were totally obedient and did everything they were supposed to do, mankind would be in big trouble. But because of their disobedience, mankind is going to be delivered. Matter of fact, there'll be representation of all the nations because of their disobedience. Wow.
It's the hardness in part, huh?
Think about that, yeah. Due to their disobedience, the nations can be delivered. Otherwise, mankind would have been in big trouble. Is that mind-blowing or is that mind-blowing? That's mind-blowing.
It is. It's blowing my mind as we speak, and it's a stone for stumbling. Oof. Oofda. That's some powerful stuff right there.
Very powerful stuff. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, or questions? If not, did we finish, Joan? We ain't done.
We're not finished.
No,
We're
go
on
ahead.
12.
Yeah, let's finish.
Okay, Zechariah 12:12. And the land shall mourn, every clan by itself, the clan of the house of Daud by itself, and their women by themselves, the clan of the house of Nathan by itself, and their women by themselves, the clan of the house of Luai by itself, and their women by themselves, the clan of Shimei by itself, and their women by themselves. All the rest of the clans, every clan by itself, and their women by themselves.
All right. Thank you, June. All right. Any questions on chapter 11 or chapter 12? If not, give me a reader for 13. Let's go ahead.
Chapter 13. In that jom, a fountain shall be opened for the house of Daud, and for the inhabitants of Jerusalem, for sin and for uncleanness. And it shall be in that yom, declares Yahuwah Sabaoth, that I cut off the names of the idols from the Eretz, and they shall be remembered no more. And I shall also remove the prophets and the unclean ruach from the Eretz. And it shall be, when one prophesies again, then his father and mother who brought him forth shall say to him, You shall not live, because you have spoken falsehood in the name of Yahuwah. And his father and mother who brought him forth shall pierce him through when he prophesies.
Okay, hang on a minute. Okay, a lot of people get mixed up right here. So let's look at it closely. And in that, and this shall be in that Yom declares Yahuwah, that I cut off the names of the idols of the Eretz. So that's pretty clear, right? And they shall be remembered no more. And I shall also remove the prophets and the unclean ruach from the Eretz. Okay, so see where it says, and I shall also remove the prophets. That confuses a lot of people until you go down and read a little bit further. And it shall be when one prophesies again, when his father and mother who brought him forth shall say to him, You shall not live, because you have spoken falsehood in the name of Yahweh. Okay, so once he removes all the prophets, there's not going to be need for it. And somebody prophesies, then they're falsely prophesying. They're not a prophet because they're not getting this message from Yahuwah, because he removed all the prophets, because there's no further need. Any thoughts or comments or questions on that? So I know it's a little bit hard to get, but and his mother and father who brought him forth shall pierce him through when he prophesies. So the parents are going to be required to kill him because he's going to be falsely prophesying. Okay, so when is this talking about? And it says it shall be in that yom. Okay, I cut off the names of the idols. Okay. In that yom, a fountain shall be opened from the house of Daud. Okay, so that's the millennium, right? And for the inhabitants of Jerusalem, for sin and for uncleanness. That's where remember that fountain's going to flow out of the millennium reign. And so there's not going to be any need for prophets in the millennium reign, is there? You see it? So, but if anybody does, they're going to be killed by their parents, because obviously they're false. They're a false prophet because Yahuwah removed the prophets. Okay, so this seems to be in the millennium reign period here. But then we go back to and it shall be in that yom, and that the prophets shall be ashamed. It goes on down. Everyone a vision when he prophesies. Okay, so I think that this is talking more about the end times now. So he seems to juggle. Okay, and then because he goes right back into his second coming as well. All right, we haven't got there yet, but I'm just pointing that out for you, just so you can try to understand a little bit about this, removing the prophets and killing them. All right, everybody seeing that? Because there's a lot of confusion right there. Go ahead, Chance.
Up here in 2, 13 verse 2, and it shall be on that Yom, declares Yahuwah Sabaoth, that I shall cut off the names of idols from the Eretz. They shall be remembered no more, and I shall also remove the prophets and the unclean Ruachim from the Eretz. Does this speak on anything to do with the fall of Babel?
No, I think it's the millennium reign, because in the millennium reign, the devil's going to be chained up for 1,000 years, and so we can assume that all the demons will be right along with him, will be chained up. And the reason I'm saying that is because the only ones that have been thrown into the lake of fire, which is non-existence at this point in time, is the false prophet and the anti-Messiah. They're the first two to get thrown in there, and they're the only ones that are in there right now. And so we can just assume then that the demons are chained up, shackled up with the devil during the millennium, right? That's what I think that's talking about. You're going to remove the unclean rooks from the Eretz, including the devil, right? All right, any thoughts, comments, questions? Sandra, did you have some?
I was just agreeing with what you just said, that the removal of it says the unclean you are from their rest. So I was saying, I was just going to agree that that's talking about the devil and his followers are going to be chained up for that 1,000 years. And that the prophets were talking about, they had already been cast into the lake of fire. They're the first ones to go in there.
Yeah, that could be talking of them.
Okay.
But I think it's more of all prophets. In other words, in the millennium reign, what's the use of a prophet?
No.
Is there really going to be a use for one? I don't think so.
Because
why? Because it says in the millennium reign that everyone is going, you're not going to have to say, let me tell you about Yahuwah, because everyone's going to know Yahuwah. Remember where it says that? So what's the use in a prophet? There won't be one. And so I think it's what it's saying is, there won't be any need for a paraphrasing, of course. There ain't going to be no need for a prophet in the millennium reign. So if somebody comes and starts prophesying, kill him, because he's a false prophet. Now, paraphrasing, of course. Chance, go ahead. I'll be right back, guys. Okay? Go ahead, Chance.
Yeah. And verse 1 here, it's in the Yom a fountain shall be opened for the house of Dawood and the inhabitants of Jerusalem. Is that perhaps speaking about the living waters when Yahushua returns and we're all in active obedience and we're drinking from this fountain of living water?
That's kind of what I was seeing there too, Chance. I was wondering if the fountain, I mean, I know Yahusha is the living water, but I was wondering about the Ezekiel temple that would be put up during that time, and that, that would be flowing in all the directions out. So I'm kind of seeing that.
What verse was that, Chance?
Verse 13:1. I'm kind of seeing that
Can't hear you, Sandra. We can't hear you. There
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
So, I was thinking, and I could be wrong, that because it says for sin and for uncleanness, he's going to pour out the Ruach Kadesh in full, is what that sounds like to me, based on those last three phrases. For sin and for uncleanness, Yahushua being that living water, he's going to pour it out to us in full. I don't know. That's what it kind of sounds like.
Yeah, because soon after it follows, it's talking about seems like everybody would be drinking from that water and in obedience, and soon after that it's cutting off the arets from all idols,
But
prophets.
Chance, what did Yahusha say the living water was? It's the Ruach. So he's just going to open the Ruach to the rest of the inhabitants. Whoever hasn't been filled by now, he's opening the doors with the blessings and the Ruach to fill each and every one of them to the fullest, in my opinion.
I don't know. I kind of see what you're saying, Sister Phyllis, and I see what you said, Sister June. So now I'm torn between the parts.
All right. Fill me in. What happened?
Chance was asking about verse 1. In that yom, a fountain shall be opened for the house of Daud and for the inhabitants of Jerusalem for sin and for uncleanness. And he saw it as those rivers that it talks about in Yeketsko that flows from Jerusalem.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what it is. In the millennium reign, remember, there's a river coming out of the
Okay.
millennium reign temple.
All right. Thank you. Say that again, Chance, so I can write it down now.
In the Yum, a fountain. I can't remember how fountain of living water. Sorry, I was in my head a little bit there. I get a little lost sometimes. Forgive me.
I understand when the spirit leaves, you kind of lose your thought.
Oh yeah.
I think you summed it up pretty well, sister.
I agree. I mean,
But well, you like the fountain of living waters, in that time when Yahusha returns, we'll all be drinking of this living water in active obedience under the authority of Yahusha, our Mashiach,
Yeah, here's an artist depiction of it. You can see the artist depiction of it right here. And the river going to run out. Of the Millennium Temple, that is. Not the one that's going to be put up there right now. I mean, that's going to be a forgery. In the tribulation years, there'll be a forgery sitting up there. But here is, I guess, I don't know if this is a more clearer picture, but here's another one. You all notice I'm doing my favorite thing in the world to do, share screen. So this is a closer view of it, I guess. But according to Ezekiel, the river is supposed to start out real shallow, where you can see it's not even over their shoes, and then it gets deeper and deeper and deeper as you walk away from the temple. But this will be something like it with the temple that Yahusha will live in and reign out of with his bride in the millennium reign.
so Brother Mark, does that river represent the outpouring of the Ruach Kadosh in full? Because, he gives rains and then the latter rain.
Yeah.
Because no flesh and blood is going to be there except on the remnant.
No, there's going to be flesh and blood in the millennium reign. There will not be flesh and blood in the eternal reign.
In the eternal reign. Okay, thanks.
The world will be repopulated with humanity in the millennium reign. I think it does. Of course, the latter rain is absolutely the outpouring of the Ruach HaKodesh in the latter days. That's absolutely what the latter rain is. The water flowing out of this Millennium Temple was probably living waters. It's probably what it represents, that there's living waters within the walls of that temple, which will be, Yahusha, right? So, yeah, it's probably symbolically what it is. But don't forget, believe it or not, man, they're going to be doing animal sacrifices and everything in the millennium reign. But the difference is everybody's their heart will be in the right place by doing it. It's not going to be just a simple act of religion. Okay, it's going to be done in worship of Yahuwah. Go to Isaiah 1. Let's see what I'm talking about here. So Isaiah 1. I don't want to get real off on this tangent here, but I'll show you real briefly what I'm talking about. So up here in Isaiah 1, probably starting about 10. Or maybe 9. Unless Yahuwah of Zeboeth had left to us a small remnant, we would have become like Sodom and would have become made like Amorah. Hear the word of Yahuwah, you rulers of Sodom. Give ear to the Torah of our Elohim, you people of Amorah. Of what use to me are your many slaughterings, declares Yahuwah. I have had enough of burnt offerings of rams and the fat of fed beast. I do not delight in the blood of bulls or the lambs or goats. When you come to appear before me, who has required this from your hand, to trample my courtyards? Stop bringing futile offerings, incense. It is an abomination to me. New moons, Shabbats, the calling of meetings. I am unable to bear unrighteousness in assembly. My being hates your new moons and your appointed times. They are a trouble to me. I am weary of bearing them. And so I could spend a lot of time on this, but I'm not going to. But the reason Yahuwah is saying all this isn't because this is some kind of pagan worship. There's a lot of people, it's easy to say that, okay, and run away. But it's not why. The reason he's saying that is because these people, their hearts have become far from Yahuwah. And these people have gotten to the point where it's a burden to do these things. And so they just simply are going through these motions now, almost with no emotion, is that these things, these acts is what makes them set apart. And it's not, okay? So Yahuwah is saying he does not delight in the sacrifices itself, but in the right heart of the person who offers it. So if the heart is not right, the burnt offerings mean nothing, and they become a simple act of religion. And the way that we can understand this a little further, without going crazy here, is that when Cain and Abel made their offering to Yahuwah, Abel's heart was right in the right place. His heart was toward Yahuwah, and Cain's was not. Okay, that's just a simple way of saying it without going nuts. If you're interested in studying up on that a little bit more, you can go to 1 Samuel 15:23, Amos 5:18 through 27. Okay. So that's all I want to say there. But these sacrifices will resume in the millennium reign. And that could be another reason why that water is flowing out of the millennium temple. It takes a lot of water to do those sacrifices. A lot of water. That's why a lot of people say that the second temple, first and second temple, was located near the Hedron Springs. The Gihon Springs, I mean. Because there was a lot of water needed, man. There was no other water in the ancient times, was there? That was the water source. So why would the temple be like 300 yards away up on top of a mountain away from the Gihon Springs? So it makes sense that possibly the temple was located down around the city of David where the Gihon Springs are, on that crescent, the crescent shape there of the Gihon Valley, right across from the Mount of Olives. Possibility. I was reading something the other day that said that they have now located the location of the third temple where they're going to start erecting it here very soon. Matter of fact, they said Netanyahu has authorized the building of it, the location of it, which is very interesting, really. So I'm keeping an eye on that. It seems to be getting closer and closer to becoming a reality. Of course, like I said, that's going to be the forgery. That's going to look a lot like the second temple did. Oh, maybe the first even, but it's, I don't know. I'll show you a picture. I get to do my most favorite thing in the world. Share screen. We're on roll share screening now, boy. Once I get rolling on share screen, it's hard to get me off of it. So here we go. So this is what the second temple sort of looked like, I guess. See, it's a big difference between this one and the Millennium Temple that was described in Ezekiel. That's probably what the forgery is going to look like, I would say. Thoughts, comments, questions? All right, let's move on then. Reader for who's reading? Oh, Oz, go ahead, man. Can't hear you, Oz.
Sorry. Chapter 13, verse 4. And it shall be in that jom that the prophet shall be ashamed, every one of his vision when he prophesies, and not put a hairy robe on in order to deceive, but shall say, I am no prophet. I am a farmer, for a man sold me as a slave in my youth. And one shall say to him, where are these wounds in your hands? And he shall say, because I was wounded at home by those who love me. O sword, awake against my shepherd, against the man who is in my companion, declares Yahuwah Sabaoth. Smite the shepherd, and let the sheep be scattered, but I shall turn my hand upon the little ones. And it shall be throughout all the soil, declares Yahuwah, that 2/3 the rain are cut off and die, and 1/3 is left the rain. And I shall bring the third into fire and refine them as silver is refined, and try them as gold is tried. They shall call on my name, and I shall answer them. I shall say, this is my people, while they say, Yahuwah is my Elohim.
All right. Thanks, Oz. Okay, so this is pretty wild stuff. So it seems like it goes from the millennium reign, and then it goes down into Armageddon, the harvest, perhaps. Then the return of Yahusha. Then it goes down into his first coming, where it says, smite the shepherd and let the sheep be scattered. Is his first coming when he was executed. And then it seems like it goes on down here and gives us talks about the Messiah. Then goes down here and talks about the ratio between almost like the Great White Throne Judgment. 2/3 will be cut off and die, and 1/3 will be left. And then it seems to go down here into the refining process of the bride, and then it seems to go down into the eternal reign. So it's just kind of weird how all this is laid out here. Amazing chapter, really. Just kind of puts it all on the line, huh? It's like he throws all his cards up on the table, tells all, shows all. Thoughts, comments, questions? Chance, go ahead.
Something that was striking me here in verse 8 and verse 9 with in Yehukanan, it says, I indeed immerse you in water, but the one coming after me shall indeed immerse you with the Ruach HaKodesh and fire, and his winnowing fork is in his hand, and he shall remove the chaff and gather his people into his storehouse. And I was wondering, like, is that fire? The Ruach HaKodesh and fire. There's a little mystery behind that. It's a great secret. But is that the refining? Like when we do wrong, you can feel that heat burning up inside of you, and part of like the refining phase,
I think it's both. I shall bring 1/3 into the fire and refine them, right? But look what it said. 2/3 therein are cut off and die. So it seems like 2/3 are burned up, right? While 1/3 gets refined in the fire. Doesn't it say Yahuwah, our maker, is a consuming fire? Yeah, it does say that. And so it seems like 2/3 are burn up while 1/3 gets refined in the fire. 2/3 are burned up in the fire. Interestingly, this 8, and it shall be throughout all the soil. That means all the people that ever lived, because we're all soil. We come from the soil. And so people are soil. We're made of, clay out of soil. And so interesting that throughout all the soil, so that means all the people, 2/3 are cut off and die, and 1/3 is left. See what I'm saying? So it almost seems to be giving us a clue here of the ratio of all the people, of the that's ever lived. So this is kind of like the white throne judgment type thing. What's the ratio of how many's gonna be thrown into the lake of fire and how many aren't? What it seems to be going on here, man. But I find it quite amazing that the 1/3 that are refined, I know a lot of people say, well, that's 144,000, but I think it's not. I think it's all the people throughout all the soil. Look at Malachi. So Malachi 3, 1-3 says, see, I am sending my messenger, and he shall prepare the way before me. Then suddenly the master you are seeking comes to his temple, even the messenger of the covenant in whom you delight. See, he is coming, said Yahuwah Sabaoth. And who is able to bear the yam of his coming, and who is able to stand when he appears? For he is like the fire of a refiner, and like the soap of a launderer. And he shall set as a refiner and a cleanser of silver. And he shall cleanse the sons of Levi, and refine them as gold and silver. And they shall belong to Yahuwah, bringing near an offering in righteousness. There's a sacrifice. So anyway, that kind of jives along with what's going on here being said in Zechariah 13:9, don't you think? Kind of a little bit more revealing, perhaps, than Zechariah 13:9 is. Go ahead, Chance.
some other stuff that was in the Natsarim writings were enter through the narrow gate, for the wide gate is broad and many are on it. You know, many are called, but few are chosen. Kind of comes to mind here too. In these last days, this last hour. A remnant.
Remnant is exactly what I was going to say, Chance.
Okay, so I think that's a little bit different because I think that's talking about the 144,000. And that would be a remnant. 1/3 was really not a remnant. That's a lot of people out of all the people that's ever lived. Sometimes. So I think that what you're referring to there is speaking more of the 144,000, where this, I think, is a ratio at the white throne judgment. Every 2 out of 1 will be destroyed. 1/3 will be refined and stay alive, right? Well, I don't know how many people there's ever been in the world, but I'm assuming that this includes the millennium reign, which is going to have a lot of people. Remember? Unnumberable amount of people. Can't even number them. There's going to be so many coming out of the millennium reign. Remember that? So I don't know how many people there's going to be because we can't number them, but it's not a remnant. A lot of people. So the remnant to me always refers to the 144,000. Go ahead, Phyllis.
It makes more sense to think that the people that aren't thrown into the lake of fire would need to be refined, and so that they could live through the millennium reign with the Ruach. So I agree with you. That makes so much more sense. Thanks for opening my mind to that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Any more thoughts, comments, or questions? So if we look at number 7, Revelations chapter 7, it gives us the remnant, the 144,000. And then in chapter 9, it says, after this, I looked and I saw a great throng which no one was able to count, out of all the nations and tribes and peoples and tongues, standing before the throne. And where they came from is down in 14. And I said to them, Master, you know. And he said to me, these are those coming out of the great distress. So these are just the ones coming out of the tribulation. You can't even count them. There's going to be a lot of people, man, in the millennium reign and the eternal reign. More than we can even guess at.
Well, it's going to take a lot of people to cover the earth.
Yeah, in the millennium reign it will. So to me, and this is just a guess, wild guess, okay? I think the new heaven and the new earth and the new city, I think that the new earth is going to be huge, much bigger than this one. I mean, the new city is huge in itself. It's about the size of Alaska. Of course, that would fit down on the earth, no doubt about it, but it's a square. shape. About the size of Alaska squared, or the size of our moon, we could say. Probably it would fit here, but I think because of all the people, and being eternity, I just think it's going to be a lot larger. That's just me. Go ahead, Chance.
You think in the Great Trib and the Great Distress, people will be more forthcoming to the truth when hearing the Basora, you think they'll be more willing to listen and start believing the living words of Yahuwah instead of, because it says somewhere, we learn obedience by what we suffer, So,
Yeah, I think so. I mean, if you think about it, that the number coming out of the tribulation they're going to be taught by the 144,000. Okay. If you look into Daniel 12, you'll see. And they're going to be a number coming just out of the tribulation itself. No man can count. So obviously they're going to be a lot more prone to listening. I mean, think about the world and how crazy it's going to be. Wouldn't you listen a lot easier? Somebody. Right now, people think they got it made for whatever reason, but they're not going to in the tribulation years. It says in Daniel 12, and there shall be a time of distress, such as never was since there was a nation until this time. So it's going to be the worst thing that we've ever experienced, mankind has ever experienced. And many of those who sleep in the dust of the rats wake up. So that's your resurrection. Some to everlasting life, and some to reproaches, everlasting abhorrence. So that would be the second resurrection. And those who have insight, that's your 144,000. There's your remnant. And those who have insight shall shine like the brightness of space, and those who lead many to righteousness like the stars forever and ever. So the ones that's going to be led to righteousness is like the stars. Going to be a lot of them, man. Unnumberable. Just out of the tribulation. Go ahead, Chance.
Here in Hazun 13, or let me see, chapter 7, verse 13, in Hazun it says, and one of the elders responded, saying to me, who are these dressed in white robes? Where did they come from? And I said to him, Master, you know. And he said to me, these are those who, coming out of the great distress, having washed their robes and made them white in the blood of the Lamb. So that must mean when the Basora is brought to them and they turn from their ways in the great distress.
Anybody else? Any thoughts, comments, or questions? Look, notice number 6, 13:6. And one shall say to him, what are these wounds in your hands? And he shall say, because I was wounded at home by those who love me. So apparently, when Yahushua comes back, his body, resurrected body, his body of light, is going to maintain those scars. I think he'll have them for eternity. Myself, as a reminder to everyone of what he did. I think he'll always carry them scars on his body. But anyway, these people here that's in Jerusalem at the time of his second coming are going to mourn because they're going to realize that they killed their Messiah, and they're going to recognize him and accept him as their Messiah. At that point, it's all she wrote. That's it. Once the Yehudim accept him as their Messiah, it's all she wrote, man. Lights out. Game over. Go ahead, Sandra.
I was wondering, are the scars also proof that he was resurrected from the dead to those that didn't believe?
I'd say, yeah. I mean, they were to Thomas. You know, it was proof to Thomas that you were resurrected from the dead. So I'd say, yeah. More than likely, yeah.
All esteemed to Yahusha.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I said, Yahudru, I don't. Can soil also be the chosen ones? Well, the soil is everybody that ever lived. We're all soil. Mankind is made from the clay, from soil. From dust you are, from dust you will return. We are dirt or soil. So it shall be throughout all the soil. So this will be all the people. See what I'm saying? Everyone who ever lived. 2/3 are cut off and 1/3 is left therein. See what I'm getting at? It seems to be the white throne judgment to me. Any other questions, thoughts, or comments here? In chapter 13? If not, I need a reader for chapter 14. Joe?
Yes, he's going to get it.
Okay.
Okay. Well,
Start off. Yeah, there you go.
14, verse 1. See, a yom shall come for Yahuwah, and your spoil shall be divided in your midst. And I shall gather all the nations to battle against Jerusalem. And the city shall be taken, the houses plundered, and the women ravished. Half of the city shall go into exile, but the remnant of the people shall not be cut off from the city. And Yahuwah shall go forth, and he shall fight against those nations as he fights in the Yom of battle. And in that Yom his feet shall stand upon the Mount of Olives, which faces Jerusalem on the east. And the Mount of Olives shall be split in two, from east to west, a very great valley. And half of the mountain shall move toward the north, and half of it toward the south. And you shall.
Okay, hold on, Joe.
Okay.
Okay, so what's the number 2 here? And I shall gather all nations to battle against Jerusalem. What is that? Sandra?
He said, isn't that the battle, the final battle of Armageddon?
Yeah, that's Armageddon. Then it says, and the city shall be taken. This is during Armageddon now. The city shall be taken, the houses plundered, the women ravished. Half the city shall go into exile, but the remnant of the people shall not be cut off from the city. That means they won't lose Jerusalem totally. Okay? And so we all know what happens, right? Because he's not repeating it here, but it tells us over in Zechariah 12, 6 through 8, what's going to happen. Or 6 through 10. Right? Remember, there's going to be a nuclear blast, the Samson option. Okay. But see, they've been overrun. The city has been overrun here. It's obvious. and the houses have been plundered. So they're breaking into the homes, stealing everybody's stuff. The women are ravished. That means they're being raped, taken as captives. And half of the city will go into exile. Half of the population's heading for the Judean hills, running away. But a remnant of the people shall not be cut off from the city. So the city will not totally fall. Why? Because of what happens over in chapter 12, 6 through 10. The Samson option. All right?
Is
And
that
you-
because I'm sorry, is that because Yahusha comes at that time and protects them and shields them?
Yeah, at that when they're overrun, right here, they're plundered, the women are ravished, half the city's in exile. That's when they detonate the nuclear bomb, and Yahusha comes back and shields them. So it's telling you that the people shall not be cut off from the city, because Yahusha comes back at the climax of Armageddon there, when they set off that nuke, and he shields the city. Okay, and now this tells us a couple things. Number one, Yahusha's coming back as a warrior king, not a pacifist king, but a warrior king. He ain't playing around. And then it tells us that he's going to come down to the Mount of Olives where he left from. Everybody know that? So the same Yahusha that left from the Mount of Olives will come back down from where he left, back to the Mount of Olives. And as soon as he touches down, there's going to be an earthquake. And it's going to split the Mount of Olives in two. Well, this big earthquake that splits the Mount of Olives in two is going to do what? Swallow up the armies of the anti-Messiah. Okay? So the armies of the anti-Messiah will be swallowed up by this earthquake that causes a huge split in the Mount of Olives from the east to the west. There'll be a great valley that swallows up the anti-Messiah's army. All right. Any thoughts, comments, or questions at that point? All right. Now let's go ahead and go, Joe.
14 verse 5. And you shall flee to the valley of my mountain, for the valley of the mountains reaches to Asher. And you shall flee as you fled from the earthquake in the Yaman of Uzziah, foreign of Yehuda. And Yahuwah, my Elohim, shall come, and all the set apart ones with you. And in that Yam it shall be, there is no light, it is dark. And it shall be one Yam which is known to Yahuwah, neither Yam nor Aliyah. But at evening time there shall be light. And in that Yam it shall be that living mayim flow from Yesrim, half of them toward the eastern sea, and half of them toward the western sea, in summer as well as in winter.
Okay, wait. All right. So, see up here where it says, and Yahuwah, my Elohim, shall come. It doesn't say Yahusha here. It's saying Yahuwah, my Elohim, shall come. Letting us know that Yahusha is Yahuwah. Okay. And then it says, all the set apart ones with you. What does that mean? You know, there's a lot of Christian groups out there that teach the rapture. And they claim that these people will be raptured up, avoid the tribulation, and then after Yahushua comes back, they're all going to come back with him. And so they say that this is talking about all those that were raptured away. Is that what it means? Who are all the set apart ones with you referring to? Talita?
I would say it's the 144,000. The bride.
Anybody else? Chance?
I was just going to speak on the rapture doctrine. Isn't the chaff gathered first and burned? So why would you want to be gathered first? And also, perhaps it's the living stones, the Kadashim, that make up the new Jerusalem coming down. Isn't that right, boy? Isn't that right?
Anybody else? Sandra? Can't hear you, Sandra.
Sorry. I was thinking that all of the set apart ones with him, wouldn't that be those riding on the horses coming with Yahusha, the Malachian messengers, and then we're going to be caught up, changed and caught up, is what I was thinking.
That's right. Yeah, so these would be the Malachim, the armies of the heaven, the angels. Okay. Go to Matthew 16:27. Matthew 16:27 says, "For the Son of Adam is going to come in the esteem of his Father with his messengers, and then he shall reward each according to his works." What do you say there? So it tells you who they are. They're the messengers. Malachim. Those are the ones that are coming back on the horses.
You taught us that on other lessons.
Yeah, we've talked about that quite a bit. So interesting here. Then the Messiah will be come back with his set apart messengers, and on white horses, by the way. Yahushua himself will be on a white horse, and all the messengers will be on white horses. And I hope he's bringing a white horse for me to ride. So Messiah will be coming back to rule and live and rule from the millennium temple, described in Ezekiel 40, chapter 40 through chapter 48. Any thoughts or comments or questions on this? This is extremely vital to understand, okay? Because during the tribulation years, people are going to say, there he is. No, he's over there. Oh, I saw him in the desert. Oh, no, he's over there in the castle. And people are going to rush to see him. Okay? Scripture clear, man. He's coming back to the Mount of Olives on a white horse. With his messengers are with him on white horses. So apparently, he's going to come down the Mount of Olives on a white horse, and he's going to dismount. And when his feet touches the Mount of Olives, he's going to cause a huge earthquake like the world's never seen before. So it isn't hard to know if they're lying or not when they say he's over there. No, he's in there. No, he's out there. It'll be very clear that he's not. And he's on a white horse with a huge army on white horses. So what else happens at this point in time? As he's coming back on these white horses, him and his armies of the heaven, down in the Mount of Olives. He steps off his horse, his foot touches the ground, there's a great earthquake. But what else happens just prior to that, while he's still in the air? Anybody?
Those that died in him are resurrected first.
Yeah,
And
the first
then-
resurrection.
Mhm.
The first resurrection happens. So those who have died in Mashiach and those who remain at the time of his second coming will all be caught up together with him and fly away and meet him in the clouds as he returns. And guess what's going to happen at that very second that you get the dead are resurrected and those who are alive get changed in the blink of an eye. We all get in our immortal bodies. The bride will have her immortal bodies. If not, I don't know how we survive flying up into the clouds. I don't know. But it says you will be. It says you'll be changed in the blink of an eye. Which means you're going to get your mortal body. All right. Thoughts, comments, questions? This is powerful stuff now. Make sure you're downloading this stuff into your brain. This stuff is important. All right. No further comments, thoughts, or questions. Let's go, Joe.
Okay. Verse 9. And Yahuwah shall be sovereign over all the Eretz. In that Yom there shall be one Yahuwah, and his name one.
Okay, stop. What does that mean? Somebody explain verse 9. And Yahuwah shall be sovereign over all the Eretz. In that Yom there shall be one Yahuwah, and his name one. You mean he's not one now? Isn't he one now and his name one now? What's that mean? Somebody explain to that. Sandra?
Okay, so he's just basically declaring that he is Yahusha because he said it came in his father's name. That Yahuwah is Yahusha. It's really declaring his omnipotence. And Yahuwah shall sometime.
Go ahead, Phyllis.
I just want to add to what Sister Sandra said, that instead of we sometimes call him Yahuwah, sometimes call him Yahusha, he's just going to have a one name. And because I remember in Revelation, he said he was returning with another name that will be revealed.
Yeah. Yeah. Will the sonship end?
At the end of the millennium reign, it does. For the eternal reign. The sonship end.
Okay. All right. So what does this mean then? In that Yom there shall be one Yahuwah, and his name one.
Is this talking about the Shekinah like you were talking about last night?
Mm-hmm.
No? Oh, okay.
Is this talking about the millennial reign?
Yeah, is it?
Well, at that point, yeah, no.
It's the eternal reign.
The eternal reign, yeah.
I don't know. I don't know.
When does the sonship end?
At the eighth day, at the eternal reign. Because
Go ahead.
Yehukanan 21, he says, or in somewhere in there, he told his talent, and that concerning me has an end too. I remember that scripture.
Chance, do you have a hand up?
Hey, does it have anything to do with at the end of at the end of 1,000 years when I shall put all enemies under your foot? Or does that have anything to do with it?
Yeah, that's when the sonship ends.
Basically, Yahusha will have relinquished his kingdom back to Yahuwah, who is Yahusha is Yahuwah, but he'll be known as Yahuwah, sovereign of all, master of all creation.
What do I mean when I say the sonship ends? What am I talking about? Anybody know? Chance?
I'll take a shot at it. Does this mean when death has been swallowed up completely? The last enemy defeated, death?
Well, that's part of it.
So that attribute of Yahuwah is over, right? Is that what that means?
A role.
That role of Yahuwah ends. Yahuwah it'll just be Yahuwah ruling.
Too much. Come on
Yahuwah
in.
ruling and no other need.
Check your mics. Say it
Huh?
again, Sandra. I couldn't hear you.
Okay, I was saying that role of the Son ends where it's just totally Yahuwah himself in his body of light.
The role of the sonship ends because everyone that's going to be delivered will have been delivered. So there's no more need for the Son.
Oh, okay.
Right? But the role of Melchizedek will not end, and he will be the sovereign of sovereigns and the high priest, and in the order of Melchizedek, right? Forever. That's forever. Okay, so that means his body will not be destroyed, but the role of the sonship will end.
No need for.
And I'm going to show you where it tells us that. Go ahead, Ross.
Well, part of what I was going to say, you said, but also is it that because of being cleansed and delivered, everybody will be seeing Yahuwah as Yahuwah and because they won't be dying. If they had seen him before they were delivered, they would die, but now they won't die by seeing him. They'll be able to see him.
No. Yahuwah is spirit and cannot be seen.
Okay.
So what are we seeing when we say we see Yahuwah or somebody saw Yahuwah? What are we saying? They saw him in his body. When you look at the throne, say Yehukanan in Revelations 5, he looked up into the heaven and he saw the throne and one sitting on the one throne, right? Who was he seeing? Yahuwah? No. Yahuwah's invisible. No one has ever seen Yahuwah. So what was he seeing? He was seeing the Shekinah, the presence of Yahuwah in light. He robed himself in light, put on light as a robe so that he could be seen, and created this light on the first day of creation. The sun and the moon and the stars were created on the fourth day, not the first day.
So that's what I mean is that because before, if people would have seen him, they would have died. It says that in scripture.
He said, nobody has seen my face and lived. It never said anyone he saw his face. So what does that mean? When he told that to Moses, what did Moses see? He saw his esteem, his body of light. And he said, you can't look at my face or you're going to die. Why? Because his face is so brilliant, so astonishing on his body of light that if a man looks at it, he'll drop dead. It never says anybody ever looked at it. He wouldn't even allow Moses to. Nobody's ever seen Yahuwah in his natural form, not even the messengers. He's invisible. How can you? It plainly says no one has ever seen Yahuwah. You know, I can show it to you if you want to, but you should be familiar with that verse. Go to 1 Corinthians 15. June, can you read that for us? 1 Corinthians 15, 22
Yes.
through 28.
Okay. For as all die in Adam, so also all shall be made alive in Mashiach, and each in his own order. Mashiach, the first fruits, then those who are of Mashiach at his coming. Then the end, when he delivers up the reign to Yahuwah the Father, when he has brought to nothing all rule and all authority and power. For he has to reign until he has put all enemies under his feet. The last enemy to be brought to nothing is death, for he has put all under his feet. But when he says all are put under him, it is clear that he who put all under him is accepted. And when all are made subject to him, then the Son himself shall also be subject to him who put all under him, in order that Yahuwah be all in all.
Okay. Now go to Luke 22, 37.
You getting it for me?
It says, and when all are made subject to him, then the Son himself shall also be subject to him who put all under him, in order that Yahuwah be all in all. So the sonship is going to end. The role of the sonship will be over. Yahuwah will be all in all. Look at Luke 22. Behold the words of Yahuwah. Yahusha's coming out of Yahusha's mouth. So Luke 22, 37 says, for I say to you that what has been written has yet to be accomplished in me. And he was reckoned with the lawless ones. For that which refers to me has an end too. You see that? Yahushua himself said, that which refers to me has an end. Talking about the Son. Why? Because there's no need for the Son in the eternal reign. Everyone has been judged. Sin has been judged. Everyone is going to be delivered has been delivered. Go to 1 Timothy. 1 Timothy 6:16. Let's start up here at 14. 1 Timothy 6:14. I charge you that you guard the command spotlessly, blamelessly, until the appearing of our Master Yahushua Mashiach, which in his own season he shall reveal, the blessed and only ruler, the sovereign of sovereigns and master of masters, who alone has immortality, dwelling in unapproachable light, whom no one has seen or is able to see, to whom be respect and everlasting might. Dwelling in unapproachable light? What's the unapproachable light that he's dwelling in? What is it? The sun? No, it's his body. The unapproachable light is his body of light. He made on the first day. All right. So in that Yom there shall be one Yahuwah, and his name one. Okay, so this seems to be pointing to the eternal reign when the sonship role ends. That particular verse, anyway. Thoughts, comments, questions? If not, let's go, Joe. I like saying that. Let's go, Joe.
Let's go, Joe.
Go,
Verse-
Joe.
That's what they always say. Just go, Joe. Verse 10. All the land shall be changed into a desert plain from Geba to Rimmon, south of Jerusalem, and she shall be raised up and inhabited in her place from Benjamin's gate to the place of the first gate and the corner gate, and from the tower of Canaan to the wine presses of the sovereign, and they shall dwell in her, and there shall be no more utter destruction, but Jerusalem shall be safely inhabited. And this is the plague with which Yahuwah plagues all the people who fought against Jerusalem. Their flesh shall decay while they stand on their feet, and their eyes decay in their sockets, and their tongues decay in their mouths. And it shall be in that Yom that a great confusion from Yahuwah is among them. And every one of them shall seize the hand of his neighbor, and his hand rise up against his neighbor's hand. And Yehudah shall fight at Jerusalem as well. And the wealth of all the nations round about shall be gathered together, gold and silver and garments in great quantities.
Okay, stop. Oh, go ahead. Read that next one.
So also is a plague on the horse and the mule, on the camel and the donkey, and on all the cattle that are in those camps, as this plague.
Okay, stop. Okay. All right, so what's happening here now? So let's just say 9 is about the eternal reign, that Yahuwah will be one and his name one. He is now, okay, but it's not widely known. Okay, so in the eternal reign, there's going to be no confusion at all. Everyone's going to know he's one and his name's one, okay? So what's this talking about? So 10 through 11, we'll just say, is speaking of the time of the millennium reign, right? And they shall dwell in her, and there shall be no more utter destruction, no more wars. But Jerusalem shall be safely inhabited. So Armageddon is the last war mankind will ever engage in. So how about 12? What is that talking about? All the way down through 15. So also is the plague on the horse and the mule, on the camel and the donkey, and all the cattle that are in those camps at this plague, as this plague. What's up?
Is that
Wait.
the day of Yahuwah?
No.
Or, behold, the day burned with the oven.
And this is the plague with which Yahuwah plagues all the people who fought against Jerusalem. Their flesh decays while they stand on their feet, and their eyes decay in their sockets, and their tongues decay in their mouths. The same thing happens to all the animals. So what is this?
The nuclear?
Yeah, it's a nuclear holocaust.
Okay.
Of course, it would happen to the animals. They're not immune from nuclear blast. So the same thing that happens to the humans are going to happen to the animals in those camps, in those areas. That's what this is telling us. This is, again, teaching that there's going to be a nuclear blast. Okay? And notice it says that this is the plague with which Yahuwah plagues all the people who fought against Jerusalem. It doesn't say the people that inhabit Jerusalem, does it? Because we learned that he shields in 12:8 that he shields the inhabitants of Jerusalem. You see that? Look, 12:8. In that Yom, Yahuwah shall shield the inhabitants of Jerusalem. And then over here it says, back over in 14, 12, and this is the plague with which Yahuwah plagues all the people who fought against Jerusalem. You see that? So the inhabitants of Jerusalem don't get this plague. They don't get touched by the nuclear blast because Yahusha shields it. But the people who come up against and fought against Jerusalem get the blast, the brunt of the blast, because their skin falls off their bones, their eyes decay in their sockets, their tongues decay in their mouth, and even the animals. We're seeing that, all that now. Look at 14, man. Yehuda shall fight at Jerusalem as well, and the wealth of all the nations round about shall be gathered together. And then in 15, so also is the plague on the horse and the mules, all the animals as well. And then in 16, and it shall be that all who are left from all the nations which came up. Oh, we didn't read that part. Okay, so everybody's seeing what's happening here now, that Armageddon. So you can see where this is isolated, right? This isn't global, Armageddon. A lot of people teach you that Armageddon's global. It's not global. It's isolated against the enemies of Israel and Jerusalem. To better understand that, just think back about the Egyptians. Okay, when Yahuwah brought the plagues on the Egyptians because they wouldn't let his people go, was that a worldwide plague? No, it was not. It was isolated in Egypt against the enemies of his people. The same thing's going to happen here. The world armies will come to Israel and attack Jerusalem in Israel. There is a global war, which we can call World War III, that happens, but that's prior to Armageddon. That's when 1/3 of mankind dies. And that will also be nuclear, biological, and chemical warfare as well, because that's the only way you're going to kill 1/3 of mankind on this populated planet we're living on right now. Ain't no other way to do it. Can't do it with conventional warfare. It's impossible. They've already proven that. Too many people. Can't kill that many people with bullets. Go ahead, Sandra.
I just wanted to clarify. Is this like going back and forth about the event? Huh?
Okay. Yeah, sort of is. Chapter
Okay,
13.
that's what was confusing me a little bit.
Yeah, it's not in chronological order.
It's
goes
sort of
back-
like Revelations when
Kind of like Revelations does, yeah.
yeah.
Same thing. It makes you wonder why Yahuwah did that, right? Kind of same reason why you always talk in parables in public. Because those who he don't want to know don't know. And only those who he wants to know will understand. Same reason why Yahuwah spoke in parables when he was out in public. But yeah, it goes back and forth. So, I mean, even Revelations itself is not in chronological order. They teach you that it is, the denominations teach you that, but it is not. Any other further thoughts, comments, or questions? All right, Joe.
All righty. Go, Joe.
Verse 16. And it shall be that all who are left from all the nations which came up against Jerusalem shall go up from year to year to bow themselves to the sovereign, Yahuwah Sabaoth, and to observe the festival of Sukkot.
Okay, hang on a minute. Okay. So, and it shall be that all who are left from all the nations which came up against Jerusalem, that was at Armageddon. And so, right after Armageddon, which is the climax of the tribulation years, immediately afterwards is the day of Yahuwah, and then we go into the millennium reign. And so, is this telling us that we're still going to observe the appointed times in the millennium reign, or just Sukkot? Which one? Notice that it says, shall go up from year to year. That'll be 1,000 times, and bow themselves to the sovereign, Yahuwah Sabaoth. Now, isn't the millennium reign Yahusha's reign? It is, ain't it? So that's again telling us that Yahusha is Yahuwah, and obviously he's just going to be going by Yahuwah. Even during the millennium reign, it appears, because you don't hear him talking about Yahusha anymore. And to observe the festival of Sukkot. So obviously this is in the millennium reign. We're going to be observing the festival of Sukkot, which is tabernacles. So if we're going to be observing the festival of tabernacles, does that mean we're going to be observing all the festivals in the millennium reign? All the appointed times? Are we going to observe them all? Or just that one? Sandra?
I'm taking a wild guess here. I'm thinking we're going to observe only the festival of Sukkot because there is going to be flesh during the millennium reign. And the Sukkot is representing our getting clothed into our immortal bodies, everyone, during the 8th day. So I could be wrong on that.
Anybody else? Okay. Let's go, Joe.
Okay.
Verse 17. And it shall be that if any one of the clans of the Eretz does not come up to Jerusalem to bow himself to the sovereign, Yahuwah Sabaoth, on them there is to be no rain. And if the clan of Mitzrayim does not come up and enter in, then there is no rain. On them is the plague with which Yahuwah plagues the nations who do not come up to observe the feast of Sukkot. This is the punishment of Mitzrayim and the punishment of all the nations that do not come up to observe festival of Sukkot. In that Yom Kodesh, Yahuwah shall be engraved on the bells of the horses, and the pots in the house of Yahuwah shall be like the bowls before the altar. And every pot in Jerusalem and Yahuwah shall be set apart to Yahuwah, Shabbat. And all those who slaughter shall come and take them and cook in them. And there shall no longer be a Canaanite in the house of Yahuwah, Sabbath, in that Yom.
Hmm.
Oh, yeah, it should have been.
Yeah.
All right, so several things jumping out here. Number one, there's no other mention of any appointed time, is there? But if you go back in Leviticus 23, these appointed times are said to be laws forever. And so apparently you must. Should we look at them? Before we do that, since the nations will be punished for not observing Succoth, which is an appointed time, does this prove that the Gentiles will also be keeping Yom Shabbat in the millennium reign? It's an appointed time as well. Will they? And the other thing is in 21, it says, and all those who slaughter shall come and take them and cook in them. Is that talking about the Passover? Or is that talking about animal sacrifices? It's talking about a pot in Jerusalem and Yehuda shall be set apart to Yahuwah, and all those who slaughter shall come and take them and cook in them. And there shall be no longer be a Canaanite in the house of Yahuwah. So both in they. So did they ever take a pot and cook their slaughterings? No. The priests, maybe the priests did, because they were allowed to eat some of the offerings, but usually they were burnt offerings. Here it says they're going to cook them in a pot and cook in them, which is what they did with the Passover lamb, didn't they? Or did they not? Was it roasted? Or was it cooked in a pot? A lot of stuff here, isn't there? So I think in order to understand this better, we need to go to Leviticus 23. So Leviticus 23. And I don't know. We don't need to read the whole thing. But interesting chapter for sure. Notice that it begins off as speaking to Moses, and he says, speak to the children of Israel and say to them, the appointed times of Yahuwah, which you are to proclaim as Kadesh Mikra, my Modim, are these. And the very first one is the Shabbat. Okay, and it talks about all that, and then it goes into, these are the appointed times of Yahuwah. And the appointed times, it goes all the way through, and we read through it. Talks about the Passover, then unleavened bread. Just keeps talking about them all. And let me see. Let's see. Oh, how about verse 21? 23, 21. And on this same Yom you shall proclaim a Kadesh Mikra for you. You do not serve all work on it, a law forever in all your dwellings throughout your generations. Forever means forever, don't it? We seen that anywhere else? Oh, yeah, we do. Look at 31. You do no work, a law forever, throughout your generations and all your dwellings. That's called talking about Yom Kippur. So, is the Sabbath a law forever? Can somebody find where that says that the Sabbath is? Anybody find it yet?
I have a question.
Oh, go ahead.
So, since these are the last feasts to be completed and fulfilled by Yahusha, and he says, while you're in your dwellings, is that referencing while we're in the flesh?
Say again.
Is that those feasts, are those feasts that are referencing that we're going to keep while we're in the flesh?
Well, unless you're part of the first resurrection, then you'll be in your mortal body. There's going to be flesh and blood in the millennium reign.
In the millennium reign. So during the millennium reign, the millennium reign isn't that going to be the completion of his rest? It's the seventh.
It's the seventh millennium.
It's called
Millennium of rest, as some people call it.
It's the seventh of when mankind rules over himself. And
Well, no, we're not going to be ruling over ourselves. We're going to be under the rule of Yahuwah.
so it's the end of, that's entering into his rest, isn't it? Okay.
Yeah, it is. The millennium reign is, yeah.
So I'm kind of like, I've had questions about this. So I'm trying to get clarity. The reason why we're going to do Sukkot, because there is flesh and blood still, yet to everyone being immortal.
I'm trying to prove the point that we're going to be doing all the appointed times because they're a law forever.
Okay.
To Yahuwah, forever means forever. To us,
Okay.
it might not, but to Yahuwah, it does. Look at
Okay.
Exodus 31.
Exodus 31.
Yeah, go to Exodus 31.
So they're going to be doing all of the feasts.
You know, it says a law forever. And so 16 says, and the children of Israel shall guard the Shabbat, to observe the Shabbat throughout their generations as an everlasting covenant. Between me and the children of Israel is a sign forever.
So yeah, they're going
So
to.
it seems to be that we're going to be observing the Shabbat through the millennium reign. Now, there can be a debate whether or not forever includes eternity or just the end of mankind, the flesh, which is 7,000 years. Is that where we draw the line as far as forever or everlasting? Do we draw the line between the seventh millennium and the eighth millennium and saying the seventh millennium means forever, but the eighth millennium don't? Is that what we do? So what do y'all think? Go ahead, Ross.
In Isaiah 66, for as the new Shamaim and the new Eretz that I make stand before me, declares Yahuwah, so your seed and your name shall stand, and it shall be that from new month to new month, and from Shabbat to Shabbat, all flesh shall come to worship before me declares Yahuwah. And they shall go forth and look upon the corpses of the men who have transgressed against me, for their worm shall not die, and their fire not be quenched, and they shall be repulsive to all flesh. So that's saying the same thing, but in a different way.
I
That
think so.
his Sabbath is forever, and so is the seed forever.
It seems to be that we're going to be observing the Shabbat and the appointed times, all of them, in the eternal reign. I mean, the millennium reign. And so, if we can agree on that, then we need to take a look at what forever or everlasting is. Is it the 7,000 year period of his creation? Or does it extend off beyond that into eternity? What do y'all think?
Everlasting is forever.
So you say that you're saying that it includes everlasting eternity?
That's what it sounds to me.
Anybody else?
Everlasting to everlasting, I think is how it's also said.
Is Yahuwah everlasting to everlasting?
Yeah.
Yeah, he is. We can define him in that way. Although I caution everybody on trying to define Yahuwah, I think it's safe to say he's from everlasting to everlasting. Go ahead, Phyllis.
What if we experience the omnipresence that Yahuwah does once we're in the eternity? There will be no beginning and no end. There is no beginning or no end to Yahuwah. So if we're going to be part of that eternity, then we'll understand no time. Time doesn't exist.
That's a good point. So does that erase time then? The timeline? And so therefore we won't have to do the yearly or even the daily or weekly offerings?
We will be him. We won't have, we'll be in him.
I like the way you're thinking there, Phyllis. Anybody else?
Mm-hmm. In Psalms 90, it says, Yahuwah, you have been a refuge in all generations. Before the mountains were born, or you had brought forth the Eretz and the world, even from everlasting to everlasting, you are Yahuwah. And then there's another one in Psalms 103. Uh, 17. But the kindness of Yahuwah is from everlasting to everlasting upon those who fear him, and his righteousness to children. So everlasting to everlasting, that would be the Shabbat as well. Anything to do with Yahuwah is always everlasting to everlasting.
He said he doesn't change.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what do you think the appointed times are for?
His esteem. Celebrating his esteem.
Yeah, but what are they for? What are they? Phyllis?
Their prophecy. Their
What?
Their prophecy of things to come.
Yes. Yeah, they are prophecy of things to come for the body of Mashiach. And so they're the redemption plan of Yahuwah. And so after sin has been judged and all flesh has been executed, because no flesh and blood can't inherit the eternal reign, right? Is there any need for the redemption plan? If everybody that's going to be delivered or redeemed has been delivered or redeemed? Not really. It's kind of like the role of the sonship ending, isn't it? It's the redemption plan. So I think during the millennium reign, because flesh and blood will still be present in the millennium reign, that we're going to continue with the appointed times. But I think in the eternal reign, there will be no more need for a redemption plan, nor the sonship role. And so they will end, in my opinion. Now, that brings us to the Sabbath day. And this is where it gets real interesting. Now, when we're talking about the Sabbath, let's look over in Revelations. Go to Revelations. And is everybody picking up what I'm laying down on that? I'm getting some funny looks. June even got up and ran away. So what? I mean, are y'all picking up I'm laying down on that, or you wanting to punch me in my nose, man? What's up? Nothing. Nobody wants to say anything. Okay, so anyway, that's just my opinion. Anyway, you know, I mean, it could be different. I don't know. But anyways, we go to Revelations 10. So we got the only other thing then is that this just say that my ideology is correct, and the appointed times will disappear along with the sonship role after the millennium reign. Okay, because there'll be no more need for a deliverer. Everybody that's going to be delivered has been delivered. There will be no more need for a redemption plan, since everybody that's going to be redeemed has been redeemed. And so we'll just say that we don't have to do that anymore in eternity. Okay? That's my reasoning. Okay, so now let's go to the Sabbath day. Okay? Which also says from everlasting to everlasting. Okay? If we look, and now I'm just sharing this with y'all here. This is just my personal opinion here now. And we look at Revelations 10:3. It says, and cried with a loud voice, and when a lion roars. And when he cried out, 7 thunders spoke their sounds. And when the 7 thunders spoke their sounds, I was about to write, but I heard a voice from the heavens saying to me, seal up what the 7 thunders spoke and do not write them. You see that? Okay. And so what's happening here in Revelations is the trumpets. Okay. And if you notice, the trumpet, 6th trumpet is the 6th trumpet war that's going to kill 1/3 of mankind. Okay. And then, so that only leaves a 7th trumpet, right? And it starts talking about it in 10. And I saw another powerful messenger coming down from the heaven, robed in a cloud, and a rainbow around his head, and his face was like the sun, his feet like columns of fire. And having in his hand a little book open, and he placed his right foot on the sea and his left foot on the land, and cried out with a loud voice as when a lion roars. And when he cried out, 7 thunders spoke the sounds. See that? And so, and then we go on down 7. It says, but in the yamam of the sounding of the 7th messenger, when he is about to sound, the secret of Yahuwah shall also be ended, which is Mashiach in you, as he declared in his servants, the prophets. Okay. Now there's a big break here between the time that the seventh messenger was, between the sixth messenger and the seventh messenger, the seven thunders were going to speak. But he silenced them and said, see what they were going to say. See that? And then the seventh messenger gets here and begins to sound. And there's a whole lot of other information given to us here. And then all of a sudden it picks back up over here in 11:15. And the seventh messenger sounded, and there came to be a loud voice in the heaven saying, the reign of this world has become the reign of our master and of his Mashiach, and he shall reign forever and ever. So that's the beginning of the seventh year millennium reign, seventh day millennium reign right there. And that seventh messenger sounds. So the question is, what were the seven thunders going to reveal? And I think we get a little bit of a hint over in Revelations 21. It says that in 4, and Yahuwah shall wipe away every tear from their eyes, and there shall be no more death and no more mourning and no more crying. That has to be the eternal reign. Because there's going to be flesh and blood and crying and so forth still in the millennium, right? Because where there's flesh and blood, there's imperfection. And there shall be no more pain, for the former things have passed away. And he who was sitting on the throne said, see, I make all things new. Okay. And so he's going to make all things new, right? So look over at Isaiah. Go to Isaiah 65. We got to put the puzzle together here. So Isaiah 65:17 says, for look, I am creating a new Shemaim and a new Aretz, and the former shall not be remembered, no come to heart. So you're not even going to remember anything about this carbon copied world. It's going to be wiped out of your memory. There's going to be a new heaven and a new earth. Now look at Isaiah 66:22. For as the new Shemaim and the new earth that I make stand before me, declares Yahuwah. See that? So there's no doubt there's a new heaven and new earth, right? Look at 2 Peter 3. Again, we're putting the puzzle together here. Look at 2 Peter 3. 13. But according to his promise, we wait for a new Shemaim and a new Eretz, or renewed, in which uprightness dwells. Now, that could be the millennium reign, but that's not the point. Okay, there's going to be a new heaven and a new earth and an eternal reign. Okay, so here's what I think. Okay, those seven thunders that were going to sound, but he sealed it and didn't allow nobody to know what they were. I think those will be the 7 days or 6 days of creation, just like it was in the beginning of this carbon copied world. So the seven thunders are going to be 6 days of creation of the new heaven and the new earth. The seventh thunder will be the seventh day of rest, Shabbat. And so just like the 7 days of creation in Genesis is a type of foreshadowing of the seven thunders to come of the new heaven and the new earth, there's going to be 6 days of creation and it's day of rest. And so I believe the Shabbat is from everlasting to everlasting, because we're going to continue to observe the Shabbat in eternity, because he's going to create the new heaven and new earth just like he did the carbon copied one. Okay. And The great news is that all those who have been delivered and given eternal life with him are going to be able to watch him create the new heaven and new earth. And those people who have been delivered, along with the messengers, the 2/3 of the messengers that did not go against Yahuwah and still will be around, are going to all together, which be everyone will be immortal, will be able to watch Yahuwah create the new heaven and the new earth in 6 days. And we're going to clap and scream and holler and jump up and down with joy as he creates the new heaven and new earth for all of us to live on with him for eternity.
What was that scripture in Peter? I'm sorry.
And on the 7th day, we'll all rest. And I think that cycle of 7 days, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Shabbat, will continue all through eternity. That's just the way I see it.
What was that scripture you read in Keeper?
That was 3rd Peter.
Thank you.
I mean,
Was it
2
first?
Peter, chapter 3.
Thank you.
13. All right. Comments, thoughts, questions on all that? Roz, go for it.
Is it possible, because in the beginning of Genesis it says we, is it possible it was like that before too? That this is, that there was another time? Because it says that they're when Adam and Eve knew everything, after they had tasted of the from the tree of good and evil, the knowledge of the good and evil, and they had been, it was said that they are like we are, that they knew like us. So is he just talking about the Malachim and Yahusha and himself? Or is he talking about something that could have happened before, and then this will be a second version of that, and then there could be a possible third version of it forever? Everything he does is forever.
Well, we just simply need to put the what Scripture tells us into perspective. Okay, first of all, Yahuwah existed all along. There was nothing but him. That's it. There was no light. There was no darkness. There was nothing except for Yahuwah. He was the perimeter of life, of everything. Nothing existed outside him, and it still does not exist outside of him. So the very first thing Yahuwah created, Scripture tells us, is the firstborn of all creation, which was a body for himself, a body of light.
Yeah.
After he created a body of light for himself, he began to create other things by speaking out of his body's mouth, which he nicknamed the Word. So what did he create next? Well, obviously he created the Malachim, the spiritual beings in the spiritual dimension, because we know that because they cheered and shouted as he created everything else. So they were the spectators. That's why they're called the watchers. They watched him create from there. And so the body of Yahuwah, firstborn of all creation, then the Malachim, who watched him create everything else, and then it tells us what he did. He created everything else all the way down for 6 days until he created the animals on the 5th day and man on the 6th day and rested on the 7th. That's it, man.
Thank you.
So when we get down to the eternal reign, once we get beyond the millennium reign, then sin, the white throne judgment comes right between the millennium reign and the eternal reign, and sin is judged and flesh is destroyed. So the only thing that's going to go beyond that is Yahuwah and his Malachim that did not fall, 2/3 of them, and 1/3 of mankind. It sounds like the will which will have given immortal bodies and be immortal. And so where are we going to live? He said he's going to destroy the old heaven and the old earth. There won't even be a sea. Sea will be no more. No need for the sun and the moon. Because Yahuwah, his Shekinah will be the light. His body of light will illuminate the new city. It's going to come down onto the new earth. So, where are we going to live? Well, Scripture says he's going to create a new heaven and a new earth. And a new city, Jerusalem, will come down from the heaven from Yahuwah. That's what it says. And so I'm saying that the seven thunders are the 6 days of creation of the new heaven and the earth with the seventh day of rest. And so therefore the 7 days rotation will continue even into eternity. Now, since eternity is everlasting, is that still gonna, as Phyllis was saying, the time will be irrelevant. Okay? And so does that mean that Yahuwah's timeline kicks in the eternal reign? 1 day is 1,000 years, one reign? So is 1 day, it's 1,000 years, 1,000 years is 1 day? Probably. If it does, that means that we'll be doing whatever we're doing for 6,000 years, and every 7,000th year we're going to rest. It may not be a 24-hour period like it is right now, while we're restricted with time and the tenses that was also created for us, not Yahuwah. I think it's pretty clear. I don't think there's any third or fourth or fifth time or anything like that. I think it's exactly what Scripture tells us it is. Any more thoughts, comments, or questions? Is everybody picking up what I'm laying down? How about you cool people? You digging on what I'm saying? Are you cool people picking up what I'm laying down? Cool people. Calling all cool people. Are you picking up what I'm laying down, cool people?
Mhm.
Any thoughts, comments, or questions on today's study? We're done with the book of Zechariah. Then next week, we'll get into Amos. I talked to Phil today through texting, and he said that he ain't going to be back for a couple weeks yet. And so I'm just going to go ahead and do Amos starting next week, unless somebody else wants to volunteer. Any of you want to take Amos and finish the study of the minor prophets off? No? All right. Well, if you do, just text me and let me know. In the meantime, if I don't hear from anybody, I guess I'll do it. And so we'll finish off with Amos next week, one way or the other, and then we'll be done with our study on the prophets and the minor prophets. And then from there, we're going to go into the Torah next. All right. Anybody got any questions at all about last night's study? I know there's a lot there. No? Okay, then. Joe? Guess it's time for the priestly blessing.
All right. Yahuwah bless you and guard you. Yahuwah make his face shine upon you and show favor to you. Yahuwah lift up his face upon you and give you peace. Thus they shall put my name on the children of Israel, and I myself shall bless them.
Rukabah B'Shem Yahuwah.
Baruch
Baruch
haba
haba
Hashem
Shem.
Yahuwah.
Baruch haba b'Shem, Baruch haba b'Shem Yahuwah, Baruch haba
Baruch haba
b'Shem.
Shem Yahuwah.
Mark, I have one comment.
Hey, look
One
at that.
comment, Mark. I'm glad that when you do those presentations, you repeat yourself periodically because it really helps me learn. Thank you.
All same to you, Yahusha.
Yes, yes,
We appreciate you, Mark.
yes, we do.
Thank you.
Thank
Very-
you.
Shabbat shalom.
I'll have more sleep for next week. I didn't have very much sleep last night. It was very broken with the driving. So
Get some
see you
sleep.
next week. Yeah. Bye.
We love
Bye-bye.
you.
Love you.
Yes,
Love
love
y'all.
you.
Hey,
I love you guys.
Bye. I miss you guys.
Trying to get out of this little gateway here.